time. Anybody else? Solution. So if you do the same, please. Yeah? Somebody else? Yep. Sorry? Contribution. If you can do that for me, that would be much appreciated also. Impactful. These are really solid words. Yeah? These are words that are drivers or major drivers in what you're doing, why you're doing it. Yep. Innovation. So if you do the same, sum them up together. So impactful, innovation, and all that, contribution. So if you tell me what it adds up to, then we can move from there. Is there anybody else that wants to give it a shot?
Has anyone done the math yet? Or maths, as we call it in
You can bring out your mobile phones and punch the calculator in it. Yes. So when you added it up, what did you get? 125. Perfect. Somebody else?
I'm a social scientist. I can't add anything up. But you guys, surely, come on, you guys can add.
So I've got 125.
Yeah, that's good. 160 here.
160 or 16? 160. 160. That's huge. And Fred, can you write the words down, please? It's contribution because I want to use them. I mean, I tend to forget things pretty easily. Really? So contribution. Yeah, you've got a pen here.
Billy's on it. Our glamorous assistant.
Okay. So I presume everyone would have summed it up together. So if you can tell us your sum, that would be much appreciated. 133. Innovation. Knowledge. Knowledge 96. Anybody else? Innovation 133. The 161, what was it again?
I have a new word. Go on, sir.
Attitude.
Somebody has to add it up. Oh, you got it? What did you get? Bang on 100.
Thank you. So guys, the purpose of this is that we are all driven by different elements in our lives to do something. But the gentleman right there actually stole the key point from me. That your innovation, your contribution, your motivation is all driven by your attitude. And if you sum up the word attitude, it gives you 100%. So, what do I mean by that? You can be as innovative as you want to be, but if you don't have the right attitude, you won't move forward. You might want to contribute to what you want to do, but the right attitude is what you need, is what is required for you to succeed in every activities that you undertake. And I'm not just going to stop there. I've been involved in examining PhDs, supervising PhDs, and I'm going to use three groups of people. So you have students that are very driven, very smart, very intelligent, very focused. But sometimes the type of attitude that they exhibit either sees them to the end or makes them to drop out. So I've had a student who was skillful, well experienced, had the right attitude, but didn't have the academic capability. When I mean that level of superior academic capability that you always expect from a lot of people. But because he had the right attitude, he had the experience, he had the skill, he was able to develop himself through the process of his PhD. He was able to work through, eager to learn and eager to relearn. Quite a lot of stuff that wasn't right for the student in her own context. So as much as we tried to encourage, empower, and get her motivated, she wasn't exhibiting that right attitude to move forward. So what happened? We changed supervision to see if that student could move forward. Even at that, she couldn't. She dropped out. The right attitude wasn't there. We had another student too who started smart, wanted to do it, but wasn't keen to see till the end. And we've got students too that were just more than an average student, keen to do it, wanting to do it, had the right attitude to want to see till the end, and yet we saw them till the end. So the point I'm making here is that the attitude that you exhibit towards your own PhD determines the end goal for you. You can be driven, you can be intelligent, you can be smart, you can be innovative, but if you don't have the right attitude to see all this together, you will struggle. So if you combine all the key words that you've kind of highlighted this morning, we do this because we want to add to knowledge, contribute to knowledge. We want to share the wealth of experiences that we've had. We want to engage with other scholars in our fields, and it's that attitude of you wanting to go forward and achieve and be successful that you require from day one. And this is the point I make too, that every PhD or every single one of us sitting here or standing here, we have one head. So if we all have one head, it means you two with a single head can do this. You just need the right attitude to achieve it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. And you are quite right. It is all about attitude and how you approach your thesis and the work that you want to do. All the other things do matter, but you're entirely right there, my friend. Okay, so I'm going to thank you very much, Kenneth. You can. And thank you for letting me run around with a mic. I always like doing things like that. Keep him busy. All right, colleagues. So what I've thought to do to kind of kick this off, as it were, with an eye on where we're up to and the students, I really want to showcase you guys and what you're doing. But I did think it was worth having a little reminder about what we're here for and what it is that we need to apply that attitude to. So there are two things, really, that a PhD is for. And this is the process that you're going through, the journey that you're on, and the output in the form of that thesis. And this is the main one, of course, which is to make a contribution to knowledge, to add to the sum of human knowledge and experience and understanding in order to actually be able to make a meaningful difference to the world going forwards. Now, interestingly, and I'm very pleased to see that the students presenting today have a wide variety of topics and a wide variety of areas, because a contribution to knowledge can look very different depending what it is you're exploring. You may be looking at something very novel, that hasn't seen a great deal of attention from an academic perspective. And in that case, you're taking those first steps. You're undertaking exploratory work to try and better understand the context, the problem, to be able to articulate that problem correctly and effectively. Later on, if it's an established field, you may be honing a small part of an existing body of knowledge, adding a tiny piece to it. And not so much in the built environment, but when we look at engineering, when we look at medicine, we often see people working to fill a very small gap in knowledge that enables people to then pick that up and move forwards. So it is a wide variety of things in terms of that contribution to knowledge, but it is something that you need to evidence in your PhD so that you are able to attain that demonstrative level of learning. Now, the second thing that a PhD does, of course, is it demonstrates that you can design and conduct a research project. It's your calling card, it's your entry point into academia, if you will. So once you've actually delivered this, people know that they will want to fund you because you can deliver a research project appropriately and in the given parameters, in the timescales even. That can become very important in terms of delivery of academic work. But it actually is your demonstration. You know what? I can do this. And here's my thesis to prove it. And yes, you can call me doctor. And that's kind of what you're here for. So there's two reasons why you're kind of doing this. The point of the PhD, firstly, to make that contribution to knowledge, and secondly, to actually demonstrate your research skills. So those are the two things that I would urge you to sort of keep in the back of your mind as you're going through. Your supervisors are there to guide and support you throughout this process. But those are sort of the two headlines, as it were. Now, I thought I'd just put in a kind of rough guideline of how this works, and it's mainly two tips that I have for you. So you can see here that we start with our topic, we refine that problem statement. We actually really drill down into what is the question I want to answer. And it's always good to frame your research in questions. It helps shape the methodology, the direction that the work will take. And then throughout the process, you need to keep up to speed with what's going on in the world. Now, I do want to make a point that if you come across something where you think, somebody's already done this, I'm ruined, it's already happened, what am I supposed to do? Don't panic, because it's very unlikely that they have approached it in exactly the way you were going to do. You now have that knowledge to reshape and find a different niche for that contribution to knowledge to fall into that still has value. Your work can become complementary to that which has gone before, and it always should be building on that knowledge. We use the phrase standing on the shoulders of giants, which is what we do when we look back and we go back to the original academics. You can take this all the way back to Plato and the ancient Greeks if you wish. So we do need to keep reading throughout. Don't panic as well if you get just before your examination and somebody publishes a paper that is your stuff. None of your examiners are going to expect you to have revisited everything based on the fact that you were a week before submission. We're understanding in that way. We're kind. We get it. That's okay. But you should keep reading. And then obviously you've got your aim and objectives, your methods, your methodology, grabbing your data and then writing it up to the exam. And I'm really pleased to see that we have students willing to present today and throughout the conference, because I think what's really important is that you keep writing. That was the best piece of advice that my supervisor ever gave me. Always be writing something. We're academics, we have to communicate through the written word. That's how we do it. But what's really important is that you keep something bubbling under. And if you're a bit sneaky and you're a bit clever, those conference papers, those journal papers will form parts of your thesis. And then what you will end up with is having those confidence of your examiners that if you have published your work before, that somebody else, it's been peer reviewed. People have accepted this into the canon of work, whether it's through the Cib conferences, whether it's through other academic conferences that I would encourage you to get out there and attend. It can be a lonely life doing PhD, but you can meet people from all over the world at these conferences, and it's been something that helped me immensely when I started out. But you should always be writing something. okay? Whether it's a conference paper, a journal paper, which you may feel is a bit ambitious, that's okay. But it could even be a blog post or something on The Conversation, which is an academic website that will take sort of short pieces and experiment with that, but always be writing something. And then, of course, you will be having an existential crisis. You will be there going, why am I doing this? What am I doing this for? This is such hard work. This is not helping me out in the slightest. Why? That's perfectly normal, okay? Everybody has that. I know that I did several times thinking, am I good enough? You are, okay? So it's always good, but be aware that this kind of self-doubt, and that's what your network's for. And I really hope the event today lets you make new friends, meet new people, even reach out to professors like myself and Kenneth, who sometimes you just need a bit of a reassuring email perhaps. And that's the wonder of the world we live in today. We can talk to people all over the world at any given time, can't we now? And that's just fantastic. So that's kind of the journey as we go through this. But we end up with quite a formulaic document at the end, and that's okay as well, really, because it's setting out the second part mainly, that you can design and develop this research project. That's what the examiners want to see. They want to see the process and flow. However, my top tip on this one is you might not do it in this order, okay? It's not necessarily the fact that you may find that there's loops in between. You may find that there's a loop between your methodology. You may pilot something and find out that it doesn't work. And I'm really pleased. My presentation at this conference, the paper I'm going to present tomorrow, is actually about some research that didn't work. So there you go. I did something and it wasn't very good. There you go. But I'm sharing it because people need to be able to, firstly, admit that. And then secondly, what we've done to learn from it and to tailor the research as. And I am very thankful to say, when I submitted that paper a few months ago, we've since done some more research, and it works, okay? But I really just wanted to share something going wrong, because as academics, we seem to have a sense of pride that we don't necessarily want to admit that sometimes we do stuff, and it's not great, but that's okay. So we have this very kind of formulaic structure to it, but it helps, it makes sense, it allows for equity in examination, and I'm sure you will all be looking to this sort of framework within your work as you go. Oops. Nope, that was right. Okay, now this is a bugbear of mine. So methods and methodology are not the same thing, and I'm kind of hoping y'all are up for that. So methods are the tools that we use to collect data, be that a survey, be that interviews, you can be that even documentary analysis, things like that. How do we grab the data and approach it through both collection? Methodology is about philosophy. It's the underlying philosophy. We're talking ontology and epistemology. What is the nature of the world and how can we know of it? And these are areas that I often see in theses because students think they have to know all the different methodologies out there to justify why they use theirs. And you know what? You're not writing a methodology textbook. It's okay. You do not have to do that. You need to be mindful of them, and you should be aware of the other options that you had to the extent that you justify why you did what you did and why that is the best way to approach it. In many cases, certainly in the built environment, our methodology is simply positivism, and that's okay. We agree there's a real world out there, it's tangible, here it is. And we're okay with that, that's okay, and we can understand it because we accept that people tell us the truth about the world and they're able to do that. If you want to get very, very crazy, you can go into all sorts of other spaces with this. I am a social constructionist. I believe that we create and recreate the world through all these interactions that we're having now. And that's based in part on my experiences, because I'm sure some of you are looking at me now going, she was a deputy dean? Yeah, I was. I really was. I don't look like it, though. So the way that I understand the world is through people making a reaction to me without that knowledge behind it. They make assumptions. We all do about what we're doing. But anyway, that's a digression, a little bit of a tangent. But methodologically, if you are taking a positivistic approach, that's just fine. That one works super well. But what you don't have to do is go into depth in all of the others within your thesis. Focus on what you're doing, justify it, and then move it forwards. And the other bugbear I have, this is me just getting a bit angry about things. Quantitative and qualitative are types of data. They are not methods. You can have an approach, but it's not a method. So quantitative data is, of course, numbers, and as we've all seen how badly I can add up, it's something I stay away from. And qualitative is words. It can be visual, it can be other interactive methods, interactive data, but they're just types of data. So it's to claim that you have a qualitative methodology or method is to me, you're doing something else. Your method may be interviews, your method may be documentary analysis, but your data is qualitative or quantitative. So those are my 2 notes on methodology that I would like to share from having read a bunch of this. Now, interestingly, I think we may see this again, because this is Saunders's research onion, of course, and you can start to see where we end up with some and personally, I don't actually agree with this either, so this is good, isn't it? We can see here that we have methods in here, but to me, the methodological approach should be after the whether we're doing ethnography or grounded theory. These are actually kind of research paradigms, whether we're doing inductive or deductive work, and then you can see their positivism right at the top that I mentioned before. So that's to do with the reality of a real world that we can know of through people's representations of it. But we end up with kind of trying to make a pick and mix out of this that doesn't always hang together, because the fundamental biggest thing that you need to ensure is that your research method section, and that's the one that ensures that the contribution you're making to knowledge is valid, but also demonstrates that you can deliver a research project appropriately, actually comes, research project appropriately. So, where have I gone with this? So we've demonstrated, so it's demonstrating that you can, this is why I shouldn't be on stage doing this, because I lose my train of thought. And I also have jet lag, by the way, because I live in America. So I think I'm doing all right at the minute. But what we've got here is people tend to do a pick and mix without appreciating coherence. That was an incoherent way of talking about coherence, wasn't it? What you need to do is make sure that your methodology and your methods and your data all line up. So you could not, for example, take a positivistic approach and then go through an ethnography. That wouldn't be appropriate. That's not coherent. And what we're looking for as examiners is coherence within the research design. It doesn't have to be the most exciting. It doesn't have to be some crazy way of doing it, but it's just got to hang together. It needs to be coherent. So we need to make sure that when we are going through this process, that what we're doing is building a strong tower. We're building on strong foundations. A realist ontology, positivistic epistemology, quantitative data, perfect. That works. That's a tried and tested way of doing this. But what often happens is a student finds this and feels they have to explore all of it, and you don't. You really don't. You need to be coherent and appropriate. Those are the 2 key things I would leave you with for this slide. And this is what I was alluding to. We have our different ontologies, and these are the philosophical roots. You don't necessarily need to go into this, but remember, a PhD is a doctor of philosophy. It will make you think differently. It will change how you look at the world. And I have a PhD student here, Katerina, and she's, when she started doing her PhD with me, I took over her supervision, and I said, Katerina, what's going to happen here is you're never going to be able to look at the world the same way again. Are you brave enough? Are you up for this? And Kat went, yes, I am, Fred. And if you ask her now, you'll all get to meet her later. If you ask her now whether I completely changed that, yeah, she'll tell you I did. It's very exciting, the different ways we can understand reality and what we can learn from those approaches. So, for example, realism, the most common within our built environment research. There is a real world out there, people can tell us the truth. But then we come to a more middle ground where there is a real world out there, but people can only share their interpretations of it and representations So we have to take a step back a little bit, and that's how we often see this in interviews with qualitative data, where you're pulling out the themes of what people are saying rather than the literal words they're using. And then finally we come to relativism, and this is the weirdest one. This is my favorite. This is what I do, which is there is a world, but we construct and reconstruct it through our interactions on a daily basis. We recreate and build things out this, but we can only find truths by their constructions of it. And this is when you may see on some blogs and things like that where people say there isn't a real world, there is no truth. And interestingly, we are seeing this in society more and more, because this is postmodernism, by the way, and we are seeing people saying my truth. Well, you can take that two ways. You can either say, well, this is what I believe, and that's fine, or you can say this is how I see the world. And that's what this is about. How people are constructing and making sense of shared understandings within a society or a construction site or a process or a company and all those sorts of things. So this is where our cultural research, whether that's safety culture, organizational culture, lives. So this is a very brief review of this. There are lots of sources that will go into this in more detail for you. But that's just to touch on that. And then this is the most important thing, because all those methodologies, all those methods that you're using, you have to justify them, they have to be coherent, but also they need to have a certain level of quality. And it's a sad day when one receives a PhD that doesn't have, within its method section, those three titles. So you are looking to the validity of the research. Is it telling the truth about the situation, bearing in mind the parameters you have set it around methodology? Is it reliable? Reliability is about repeatability. Have you explicitly shared what you've done in a way that someone could follow your footsteps, that someone else could do the work and come to the same conclusions? The coming to the same conclusions part is, of course, the validity, but you still need that reliability. That's something that's very fundamental to science generally. And it was through Karl Popper, the philosopher, that people found that science is something that you can disprove. It needs to be a thing you can disprove. You need to be able to actually grab it and squeeze it and see what's happening there. So it's very important that validity and reliability are addressed with your work, and they differ depending on the approach that you have adopted. So positivism will ask that validity is very, very much both internal and external validity is very important, that the processes and methods you've used are doing answering the question that you've set yourself. But within a constructionist piece of work, the validity becomes more to do with authenticity. Is it actually within the minds of the people involved actually able to fairly represent what they put out there? And then finally, generalizability is very important. Can your work be scaled up? This is to do with things like sample size and how authentic and coherent your sample is. So social constructionist work, that relativist ontology, you can't generalize from, because it's very focused, it's very specific, and it doesn't claim that you can. I remember when I was a PhD student, I have written a paper on this called "Aren't You Going to Put Some Statistics in There?" Because I didn't do any statistics at all. And my supervisor really thought I was going to do some statistics right till I handed it in. And he said, "Fred, did you do a questionnaire?" And I said, no, I didn't. But that was okay, I still passed. But yeah, I know. And but he was very like, yeah, we need to do this. But the work that I did was very, very specific to large construction sites in a very specific part of the UK. I didn't say my work found insights for the whole of the UK or even another city, because it was so localized. It was so in depth. It was fine-grained analysis of documents, of talking to workers, of being there. In part, I was a construction manager at the time, so I was an EMIC researcher. I was in amongst my job site doing this work, but that meant it was very, very situated. It meant that I couldn't say, this is the same here, because I hadn't done it over there. And do you know what? That's still okay. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. We're making those incremental contributions to knowledge through our work. But when we're looking at sort of large-scale surveys and things, this is why sample matters, because we need that generalizability. Can we scale this up? So this is all the fundamental, very, very important parts of the method that you adopt. And if I was to encourage you to focus on part of your study more than anything, it would be make sure your method and your methodology is absolutely rock solid. That's the thing, that everything else will hang on that. Everything, your findings, your recommendations, all of those things matter because of those top 3 bullet points. And that's what makes science. That's how that works. There will be limitations. You will definitely have some. Own it. It's okay. You can have limitations. But the thing is that you know them. You're aware of them, and you can couch your conclusions and recommendations appropriately. If you do not have, if no thesis is perfect, no research piece is perfect. There will be some problems. Maybe you couldn't get your questionnaire out to as many people as you would like. Maybe your response rate wasn't as good as you would have liked it to have been. But remember, a PhD is a bounded study. There are 2 weird things about a PhD. Firstly, you've got to get it done within the time that your university wants you to get it done in. That's how that's going to go. And secondly, it's the only research project you'll probably do on your own. That's the other thing. It's about you as a PhD student or candidate. Every other large research project will have a team. You need different people with different eyes on it. But a PhD is the one thing that you're going to do on your own. It is yours. It is, and enjoy. I mean, I think the examination here is through the document itself, but I had to have a viva. I sat in a room for 3 hours with people asking me questions about my work. And that was the most like a celebrity I ever felt till I drove onto campus, and you can see my face on a billboard, which, by the way, my mother is really pleased about. So, so there's that as well. So you will have limitations. That's okay. That's expected. A mature academic, somebody who has their PhD, should know where there were problems and acknowledge them and deal with them appropriately. Don't try and hide them. Don't say, oh, no, my research was perfect. There will always be limitations to it. And that's where you need to demonstrate your knowledge and understanding as to where those are. And again, people will be looking out for those. And then at the examination, expect something back. You will get corrections. There will be something, okay? Even if, and I'll tell you what will happen, you will submit your thesis, and then you will reread it a bit later, and you will spot the typos you made. You will spot where you misspelt something, okay? That happens to everybody. I've written 2 books in my life, and even when I was doing the 2nd edition of my textbook, oh, the things I found in there, I was like, no, how did I miss that? But you will, because we're human. That's how it is, you know? And that was with me writing it, reading it. My husband read it as well. Then my proof editor and my copy editor, and we all missed it. These things happen. So again, do not beat yourself up. Only God is perfect is a great phrase that I think holds true here. So we need to be honest about that and be okay with that. But do expect some corrections, and you probably will want to go in there yourself, correct those typos, correct where you accidentally put a comma and it should have been a full stop. Polish it as much as you like, but you'll still miss something, and that's okay. So you do need to expect something. Unfortunately, though, it was a bit weird because I told Katerina, my student, to expect something, and then she didn't get any corrections. So if you want to know what that feels like, I think she nearly fell off a chair with shock when that happens, because you should get something. There will be a few corrections to make, but hopefully they will be not very much. And if you are having a viva, depending where your institution is based or the process that you're going through, try and enjoy it. I enjoyed my 3 hours. God, it goes so fast. Fastest 3 hours of my life. But it's the only time anyone's going to be that interested in your work. So again, own it and enjoy it. So I think that's sort of taken us on a whistle stop through this journey. I'm just keeping an eye on the time. So I was going to ask if anyone had any questions, because let me look where I am now. Has anyone got any questions, actually? I will ask if anyone has any, but if not, I will be here for the conference. I will be here all day today, definitely. So if you have something that you think Fred, what did you mean by that? You come find me, okay? I am always happy to help and talk to PhD students. And even if you come up with a question in 3 weeks' time, we have a very famous sports coach in America at my university, and he has a phrase, Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, and it's called, I ain't hard to find, right? I ain't hard to find either. There's only one Fred Sherratt left in America, because there was another guy, but he was a musician in Tennessee, and he sadly died. Google me and drop me an email if you have anything that comes up in next week, next year, and you go, Fred mentioned something about that. Maybe she could help me out, and I will be happy to do so, colleagues, okay? I have a very, very lucky life. I just do research, and I get to help out and travel and try and encourage y'all to be the best you can be, okay? So thank you very much for that, and I hope to talk to you all later. Thank you.
No, good morning, everyone. Now, thanks so much, Fred, for your presentation. So it's actually not a question as such. So it's just your opinion. So I think there are two schools of thought. Maybe there's a third one or a fourth one, I don't know. But let us talk about the two. I think you touched on something to say, in terms of PhD students, so as you do your work, you must also publish. Do your conferences, you can do your conferences, you can do your journals. Yes, if you can, in terms of that. But the second school of thought is saying, do your PhD, finish it, and then you start publishing. I'm just saying, so in fact, what is your opinion in terms of those particular two schools of thought?
So I can understand why, certainly in some fields where the research may be very novel and there is a potential for its use elsewhere, that I would be possibly slightly more protective. But the thing, so I am speaking from my personal experience, so a sample of one, that's not great for validity. But when I started my PhD, I was still working on construction sites. I was building things for 60 hours a week and doing my PhD as well. It was a long 5 years, I'll tell you that. But it was the advice of my supervisor to start writing at least conference papers. Because what it does is it gets you in the habit of writing. You get more confident in your writing. You get to seek feedback from the reviewers of the conference. I mean, the reviews for the conference here have been fantastic, actually, I have to say. Exceptionally good. You get insights from other academics about your work. You may be introduced to other things. So somebody may read a conference paper and say, oh, by the way, have you read the work of Billy Hare? Because he's doing something that kind of touched on that briefly. And you can get those insights, but you have to put yourself out there in order to get that feedback. So I appreciate there are two schools of thought with it, and I wouldn't want my students to become distracted by publishing. So we have conferences. Conferences and journals are slightly different. Let's address them separately. So for a conference, the value is firstly in being able to write something and have it included in a published proceedings and being proud of that. That's fantastic. I can still remember writing my very first conference line on my CV. Sherratt, Farrell and Noble, 2012 I think it was, or maybe 2008 even. It was a long time ago. But you've got that pride in doing it. But the process of going through a revision and a review is important to be learned early, to develop a thick skin early on when somebody doesn't like what you're doing. And if you leave that till after the PhD, that can be a hard lesson, a very hard lesson at that point. Learn and grow as you go and tailor what you do. So I think journal papers may be a little much, but if you are publishing in peer-reviewed peer-reviewed conferences, you still have value in what it is, and you're growing as you go. And like I say, you should always write something that makes a contribution to your PhD that you can incorporate later. So no writing should be wasted, and you will learn from it. And the networking opportunities as well from conference, I think, have so value. And for many, to get the funding secured to be able to go, you need to have that approach. And CIB 99123, we're very, very keen to ensure, and Prof. Smallwood will back me up on this, we always have proper index proceedings so that there is value in that for the students as well. So I would be a right kind of person, and do it as you go, as you can. Maybe not in your first year, but by your second year, you should be trying to make a contribution. Even if it's just a really good systematic literature review, can be excellent. If we have a meta-analysis, if the field is developed enough to enable us to get a meta-analysis, that can be a valuable milestone for people going forward in the field as well as the student. So I think, yeah, I'm very much of a publish as you go kind of person.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh. What are you asking me a question for?
Thank you so much, Fred, for the contribution. It's something that is bothering me now as a student. And you know, there are ways of doing things in terms of methodology and known things of doing things, okay? So you go for interview, there's a spelled out way of doing it per the literature. And supervisors who want to advise you to go on that line so that we line up as students. But you get to a point where you think that, yes, all literature is leading to this methodology. This is how I want, but you feel strongly that you must go about it differently. You don't want to toe the line of what they've been written, existing, but you feel strongly that there's a way you can do this way of doing it, but still get the outcome of what you're looking for in terms of your findings. In that situation, how do you handle that with your supervisor when you feel strong about a certain way of doing things which is known by literature, but you feel convinced that there's a novated thing which is coming out, which if I put across, will work for us?
That is a fantastic question based on the question that went before, because how would one establish that? Put it in a conference paper. See what the feedback is from the reviewers, from the people in the room. Seek out active discussions after you have presented your work. Hang back, talk to people who saw you present and ask them. So as you can imagine, I'm very conformist. So I always do what I'm told. I never do what I'm told, never. So like I say, my supervisor, I was very lucky. I had a supervisor in the built environment, but I also had a supervisor in psychology, because that was able to open up doors to new methodologies that weren't necessarily familiar in the built environment. And I was actually examined by a professor of linguistics as well. So it wasn't, and that was appropriate, as well as a very well-established construction management professor who was open to other methodologies. That's what can be very important. Ideally, by the time you finish and submit your PhD, you are the expert. You should know more than your supervisor on this subject, because the supervisor is guiding you, but you have that knowledge. You should be the most knowledgeable person at that point. But when you're talking methodologies and doing alternative approaches, things like that, put your toe in the water, test it, take it to a conference, take it to a workshop like this, and then see how that. Do people like it? Do they not like it? And you will find things like the suggestions. Have you read this work? Have you read that work? Which may draw on it appropriately. We do stand on the shoulders of giants, but those giants don't have to be in the built environment. And something that I always struggled with was, because I was doing slightly weird, crazy constructionist work, was that I still think there's value in positivistic work. I still think there's value in a good survey. I think there's a value in numbers. But I wasn't getting that same grace from the people that were the numbers people. They were saying, that's not scientific, that's not appropriate, that you're not even doing research properly. And I said, why can't you afford me the same grace that I give you when I'm watching your survey work, thinking, well, okay, but I'm polite about it. But a lot of people weren't very polite to me. So you do have to develop that resilience in what you're doing. But I think the most appropriate guidance I can give you is try, see where it goes. Put that paper in somewhere and see what the feedback is that you get. And then when you're presenting it, proactively ask people, what do they think? Find the professors in the back of the room and say, am I barking up the wrong tree here or not? What's your opinion? Talk to people through your network. Thank you for your question. Great question.
All right, the last one, we'll have to go to Kenneth. Your 100% attitude. Fred said, PhD is not a perfect research that you do. Nothing is perfect. But based on your journey, you need to get 100%, which is perfect. Can you link up with her?
So if you look at the 100% I talked about, it's that for you to be able to overcome all the hurdles of a PhD journey, you need to have that attitude that takes you there. So if you think about the other kind of keywords that the other guys used, contribution to knowledge, knowledge itself, and all that. So if you do a bull's eye, like a dartboard, and you feed in all of that into that dartboard, the centerpiece that holds all this together is the attitude, which is the 100%. Hypothetically, I'm not saying that yet, but that is the 100% that I mean. So if every other thing feeds into your attitude, positive attitude, the right attitude, then you are bound to succeed. But if you have other things feeding into it, but you don't have that right attitude, which is the bull's eye of a dartboard, then you struggle to actually do what you want to do.
Right, thank you very much. So at this point, we want to say thank you to the two speakers. We are most very grateful. So we will hand over to Dr. Dansu, Professor Dansu rather, for the student presentation. Fred? Okay.
Should we have break now, or should we have two presenters and then two later? Emmanuel, I look to you. You're in charge of it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, because we started late, so I'm sure people are busy. So, Wisdom, your time to shine, my friend. I'll just get your presentation for you.
In public institution of higher learning. The presentation outline for the day will be introduction of the study, problem statement, aims of the study, objectives of the study, scope of the study, and a literature review, and that of methodology of the study. It is obvious that public procurement and contract management has become increasingly concerned and drawing serious attention for public institutions as how to procure goods, works, and services on behalf of their institution. Contract management is a strategic concept that entails procurement cycle from planning, tendering, sourcing, contract management, and then handing over projects. The adaptation of digital and innovative technology is very crucial in these modern days. But realize that procurement and contract management is mostly handled, as lecture stated, mostly handled traditionally or manual. So there's a need to adapt digital and innovative technology as to how to drive or implement contract management automatically. Smart contract management are digital tools that has its foundation from blockchain, computerized transaction, that can automatically execute pre- and post-contract management from planning to contract closeout. Thus, contract management enables parties or stakeholders, mostly the contractors and the clients, to implement contract terms and conditions automatically without going through the manual process. Contract management is also a cutting-edge now technology that enables projects or contract to be executed and implemented successfully to ensure transparency and accountability, efficiency, and then cost saving. It's not the problem. Contract management, especially West contract management, which I'm centered on, is very complex and fragmented. As a result, there's a need to integrate digital advanced technology like smart contract However, you realize that this contract management is still handled manually, even though there is a modern, or let's say, a trend going on by most of the institutions where GANEP is now being utilized or being implemented by most of the public institutions. However, it is limited to only the pre-contract management, and not all the institutions are even implementing it or successfully using it. It is also realized that public institutions are experiencing poor procurement performance due to unfinished, cancel, or even defaulted contract, causing financial loss and time overruns. And that exhibits social inequities and then economy. It is also noted that contract management experience from procurement to contract, that pre-contract management to post-contract management, continue to experience deviation, like delay in payment, delay in contract execution, inadequate records keeping, which is mostly done manually instead of digital records keeping, insufficient time provided for bid to even submit their bid documents. And there's also another challenge that most institutions don't even submit their bids on the PPA website as required by the law. Another research or studies show that there is frequently timelines and delay in occurring, which occurs in the pre-contract management process, and which has a detrimental effect to procurement performance. Smart contract management is a strategic driving or tool that can automatically manage contracts efficiently and effectively to ensure there's value for money, cost saving, and then time saving. Digitalizing pre- and post-contract management would improve procurement performance by reducing the traditional procurement cycle time, which takes a very long time from planning manually, tendering process, sourcing, contract, to even contract management. The aim of the study is to develop a framework that will serve as a guideline to implement contract management, smart contract management, to enhance procurement performance. The objectives of the study, one, is to assess these institutions, the institutions, whether they even have the contract management in place, what's the status or level of implementation. Then the second objective will be to assess the traditional way of handling their procurement and contract management process and their effect. And then the second one, to now assess the effect of the smart contract management and or digital contract management on procurement performance. Then the fourth one, to determine the impediment, because implementing strategic project like this will hinder. So we want to find out if there are challenges, and what are those challenges that will hinder the effective implementation of contract management. And the last one, based on the findings and the data, we'll now use it to develop a framework that will serve as a guideline for the implementation of smart contract management. The research scope will be centered on the contextual aspect, which will be limited to pre-contract management variables or strategies, post-contract management strategies, and then smart contract management strategies. We'll also be looking at the enabled variables that will facilitate this smart contract management to enhance procurement performance. Again, we'll be looking at the participants, the respondents that will enable the research to be able to get data. And it will be limited to procurement practitioners, contract management, contract administrators, IT specialists, QS, that's quality surveyors, construction managers, and etc. And we'll also be looking at the consultants and the contractors to also get their view on the matter. Then the geographical limitation or scope of this project or this season will be limited to only tertiary institution, that's higher learning institution, comprising of one university or traditional university, a college education, and then a technical university. My literature review will be centered on this diagram. One, the key definitions that will center on procurement, pulp procurement, waste procurement, and then pulp procurement reforms from insert to the new act, the amended Act 663-914. Now, also be looking at waste contract management, pre-contract management stage, what are the strategies, and then waste contract management strategy itself, and that of post-contract management and pre-contract management framework. There will also be proceeded on theoretical framework. And this study will be centered on relevant theories that will underpin the thesis. One of them will be compliance theory, how the contract money will be executed and implemented to ensure their objectives is met in terms of what? The terms and conditions of the contract. And also compliance with the laws, procurement law, and the contract management clauses. Then one of the second theory will be also looking at TAP, that's technology acceptance theory. And then how would they accept this theory? I mean, this technology is a new project or a new area where research have not been done much, or most of the institutions are not also implementing it. How would they accept it? They'll also be looking at institutional theory. The institutional theory will be looking at the policy of the institution, whether will they also accept this new idea that is coming, is it in line with their policy and their beliefs? And we'll also be looking at stakeholders theory. Implementing a project like this, you need to consider the stakeholders, both internal and external. So the contractors and the consultants, and then all key actors, whether the dependent variable, which have two legs, and then independent variable has two legs, and then independent variable, and then enabling factors. So one of the independent variable will be the traditional pre- and post-contract management strategies, where we'll be looking at the normal planning, procurement planning, taking a basis from budgeting, and then tendering, the manual tendering or tendering, contracting. After tendering, how do they select the supplier or the contractors, and then contract administration, contract implementation, and contract closeout. That is one part of the independent variable. The other one will be the smart contract management variables. Here we are looking at digitalization. So how can the traditional one be automated? So we are looking at how planning can be automated to ensure efficiency, to ensure value for money, quality, and cost saving. And then also we're looking at how to automate the contract management itself. Instead of going around to be monitoring, can you also sit in your comfort zone to track performance of contractors and then also know progress of work? Then we'll also be looking at automatic risk identification. Project like this, you need to consider risk management identification plan from pre to post-contract management. That may hinder you. Then the enabling factors, how do you achieve or how will you facilitate the smart contract management? This can be facilitated by one, technical know-how, the technical personnel, the actors, whether do they have the skills to actually man this project. Then you are looking at infrastructure readiness. Whether the institution even have the internet facility or the infrastructures that can be able to implement this project. And the stakeholders' view or engagement. From onset, you need to recognize their influence, you need to recognize their interests, identify them, and then engage them, and let them buy into that idea as how to implement this one successfully. Then you're also looking at compliance level. Compliance level will be looking at the laws, the contract terms and conditions, the clauses. How you'll be able to plan, execute, and then implement the contract management. That will be in line with the terms and conditions. That will be in line with the institutional policy. That will also be in line with the, the contract management laws or guidelines. And then the institutional policy. Institutional policy is very important to this. If the institution doesn't have, will not give their support or management interest, it will be difficult to achieve this. So management or institution need to have an interest with regards to their policy as a document that will be able to implement this project. And then cost benefit. Project, every new one or every new project comes with its own cost and benefit. But you need to assess and then identify the cost areas and what are the benefits and move on. Then the dependent variable will now be looking at the procurement performance. What are the indicators you are looking at? One, value for money, transparency, accountability, and then risk management, mitigation, dispute settlement plan, and then good records keeping, which will be both digital and manual. Thank you, sir.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Because I have questions, obviously. Emmanuel. Oh. Oh, I get to do this again. Yay. Oh, you.
You mentioned that you'd be looking at stakeholder theory,
Yes, please.
and you said those within and external. So I just wanted to ask, who are the further stakeholders that may have indirect consequences to any decisions you make, and why have you chosen those? Why
Yeah,
do you end there?
I think every project, you need to consider the internal stakeholders first, because they are the gatekeepers. So one, the user departments, the clients, and then that of those who, the technical people who will be executing this project. If you don't identify them and know their interests and their influences, it will be difficult. So you need to identify them first, then you consider the external stakeholders, the policymakers, and then that of even the contractors and consultants. They are the main drivers of this project. So if you don't buy into them, or if you don't involve them early, and then come out with this policy, the implementation will be very teased, and then that evaluation panel. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to go up here. Do you have a question? Who did I see? Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. How will you validate your framework?
Yeah, the validation even was start from the pre to post, or even in the process. The validation, let's say the questionnaire. My questionnaire will be validated by my professors, my supervisors, and even my team, my students, my colleagues. And the framework can also be validated based on the findings. Because based on the findings, I will come up with the indicator, the variables, to carry out what I call the data collection. So after data collection, the results will be used as a guide to develop it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm coming down there. Just before I do, if anyone has put their car outside, it's still got its lights on, GT652511, your battery's going to be flat. I'm coming down. Where's my question? Who was it? It's Humphrey. I thought so.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I want to understand something right from your topic. You're talking about smart construction management.
Contract management.
Smart contract management.
Yes,
and linking it with procurement. So, in the nutshell, are you just looking at e-procurement, or how are you linking the smart construction, smart project management, and the the procurement?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think the smart contract management is an advance of the e-procurement. So even though e-procurement is also talking electronics, but this one, the smart contract management is more, can be talking of even the AI, the modern trend, and then things of internet, and then the blockchain. E-procurement has its limitation. It doesn't actually expand to the AI. Thank you, sir.
I need to move about. I can't just... No, I like moving.
She's having check-in, so she has to move around and right. Thank you very much. First of all, your problem statement, what is the gap that you want to field. That is one. Two, your topic, there's a paper here that I'm currently looking at, Smart Contract Management Framework, a conceptual model that was presented in 2023. Okay. Looks so similar to your work. Okay. I will send that to you, then probably you look at it and see how best, as Fred has said, probably there's another knowledge that you want to build on. Yes, first of all, what is the gap that you are looking at?
Yeah, the gap is actually one emanating from the empirical gap and then geographical gap. One, what I've read so far, I've come to realize that it's only limiting the smart contract management, or let's say much have not been done, or there's some scanty work on the smart contract management, which I want to also expand it. So I've also realized that even though, like Prof said, we have e-procurement, even we have ICT in procurement, but it has not actually expand to that of the data or the blockchain. And again, one of the gaps will be the dependent variable, procurement performance. Others may be looking at organizational performance, operational aspect, but I am telling you to only procurement performance, taking into consideration of accountability, transparency, efficiency, value for money, and even total cost of ownership. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have one more question, and then we will have
thank you. You mentioned about the stakeholders. My question is, with regards to the scope, you are looking at the universities, and also you are trying to develop a framework. With regards to methodology, I'm thinking, what's your take in terms of maybe whether you do a pilot or a Delphi to really go in depth into the various stakeholders and be able to understand. And now in Ghana, you have a lot of contractors, some of them who might not be technologically inclined. Yes, the question is, how will this technology, because some of them cannot even use the computer very well. Now we're looking at smart technologies, AI. Yeah. How, in terms of the use of AI in Ghana also, how do you see it? Whether people really have accepted it and they can use it and they really appreciate it. But in terms of the stakeholders, I'm thinking that maybe.
All right, okay, thank you for your presentation. My question is with respect to the conceptual framework. You made mention of your independent variables, intervening and dependent variables. Yes, please. But considering the slide you presented, it is not so clear. So can you shed some light on that? Thank you.
Yes, please. As I said, I have the two, let's say, parallel independent variable. The normal practice now, and then the innovative one. So when you look at the innovative one, even though the enable factor, which is the mediating variable, it's not affecting the other because it's a normal practice that we have been doing. So I'm now looking at how this innovative variables, the smart contract management indicators or strategies can be facilitated. To achieve the procurement performance. So the procurement performance becomes the dependent variable. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I think well, as you're sat on the front row, you get to ask a question. But by the way, I'm running around because if I sit down, there's a strong chance I'll fall asleep because of the jet lag.
Now, Asha, thanks so much. Just tell me something. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So, in fact, how did you choose your independent and dependent variables?
Thank you, Prof.
And then the second question is actually around if you look in terms of your last objective. So if you can go to your last objective. So you may need to have some consistency around.
Okay.
Because here we are developing a framework.
Yes, please.
I think you're developing a framework as a guideline.
Yes, please.
So therefore, it doesn't go together.
Okay.
Those one. What you're doing yourself, you're developing a framework.
Okay.
So for the implementation, there's in terms of that. I'm just saying,
thank you, Prof.
Even in terms of your topic, just look in terms of consistency.
Okay,
so, but however, everything, I think the colleagues have commented on a variety of issues. Just take them in looking in terms of those things.
Okay.
Because right now in South Africa now,
Okay,
they are developing something that is equivalent to that.
okay.
They call it just e-procurement.
E-procurement, okay,
Don't ask me if it's going to work,
yes, please.
or they're gonna hack it, or they're gonna hack it along the system. So, but I'm saying those are things that, so you must actually look at, so in terms of a study.
Thank you, Prof. I'm grateful, Prof.
All right, I am going to have to call time there, but thank you ever so much. Can we have another round of applause, please? For wisdom, thank you, my love. And I am going to, so we're going to have one more presentation. So the presentations are 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes Q&A. So I would love to invite Joy. Come on down, sir. And I'll get your presentation stacked and loaded for you. Oh, no, that's wrong. I'm going to take all my rubbish off this desk as well. It's not very nice of me. There you go, my love. So you have 10 minutes, and I'm going to give you a 2-minute warning, okay?
All right.
And use the arrow. Can we get the presentation up, please? Give him a minute, it'll appear.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I stand on the existing protocols already established by my colleague. My name is Joy Ofori Kunedu. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Architecture at KNUST. My supervisors are Prof. Samuel Abanye and then Dr. Titus Kofi. All right, so I'm presenting on embracing circular design principles to improve health and safety in the construction industry. And it's going to be a Delphi technique study. Good. So, as part of the presentation outline, I'm going to have an intro, late review, development of conceptual framework for the study, research design, and the methodology. This is the stage that I've got into. So, literature acknowledges that the construction industry plays a significant role in most countries' socioeconomic development, serving as key indicators of economic growth, generator of employment opportunities, contributor of 5 to 10% GDP, and then also stimulate other sectors of the economy. However, the construction industry is unsafe, as health and safety issues still remain prevalent despite several management methods and then best practices. It is therefore necessary to develop alternative lines of research for the development of new methodologies applicable to the construction industry, which will improve the quality of working life and human well-being. Circular economy concept has emerged as a sustainable paradigm in the past decade to reduce overexploitation of earth resources. Circular economy constitutes an economic system capable of generating a closed-loop cycle of resource production, circulation, and consumption in a vision called cradle to cradle. And the main principle or the main concept of circular economy is waste elimination. It came as an intervention to the economy of take, make, use, and then dispose of materials with the famous 3R, which is the, what do you call it, the reduce, reuse, and then recycle theories and then framework. However, most research on circular economy concentrated on waste elimination, mostly by the R frameworks, with little or no discussion on improvement of health and safety in the construction industry. From circular economy, you have a circular design principles, which holds its roots, like I said, from the circular economy principles, which is a deliberate design attempt to optimize building material usage and then reduce overexploitation of earth resources. This sustainable design concept emerges as an intervention to prolong the usage and the lifespan of building materials for posterity. This study, therefore, is hypothesized that the embracement of circular design construction principles could help to improve health and safety in the construction industry. The aim, therefore, of this research is to explore and embrace circular design principles to improve health and safety in the Ghanaian construction industry. And as part of the objectives, we are to ascertain the current health and safety situation in the Ghanaian construction industry, identify the various institutional and legal frameworks available to improve health and safety in the Ghanaian construction industry, also to discover from literature the various leading indicators available to measure health and safety performance in the construction industry, to determine the level of awareness of circular economy principles and practices among built environment professionals here in Ghana, and then lastly, to explore the various circular design principles available to improving health and safety in the construction industry. So as part of literature review, globally, the construction industry has poor records in terms of health and safety, and it's due to the higher number of occupational fatalities and then industry injuries recorded on a daily basis as compared to the other industrial sectors. Of course, the rate of occurrence of accident, fatalities, and death on construction sites across the world is close to 40%. Construction industry alone produces 30% of all fatal industrial accidents across the European Union, yet it employs 10% of the working population. Very abysmal. In the United States, Japan, it accounts for 20 and then 40% respectively of all accident cases. And then also, whilst it employs 5%, 5% in the industry. The same situation also said in the United Arab Emirates and then the Gulf regions. So for the legal and institutional framework in the global construction industry, we have Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, which establishes stringent guidelines and regulations to uphold health and safety standards on job site, control safety practices in the construction industry. We have the self-regulatory approach to safety, which also embraced by the nations including the UK, Singapore, and Hong Kong, requiring contractors to create, implement, and maintain safety management systems in their construction site. We have the Health and Safety at Work Act, which is a law governing all workplaces in the European Union, an act also requiring to apply by the construction workers on their construction sites. We have the Factories Act and the Factories and Building Operations and Work Engineering Construction. We also have the Ministry of Construction in China, which is also responsible for developing programs regulating construction markets and then institutions, keeping an eye on construction safety, among other strategies and then policies. So when we come locally here in Ghana, the construction poses one of the boosters of the economy through employment and then GDP contribution, as I've already mentioned. The Ghanaian construction industry largely depends on human resources and its production processes due to the availability and then also at a cheaper cost. The Ghanaian construction industry has a very high projected industrial growth rate of 19%. However, the rate of fatalities, accidents, and death pose a greater threat to the projected reported industrial growth. JCI faces poor records for health and safety due to lack of training programs and then lack of adjustment to new health and safety methods and approach. Now, going to circular economy, a little bit history about circular economy. There is no clear evidence of the originator or a single originator of the circular economy concept, albeit several schools of thought. However, proponents, including one US professor, John Lee, and his student, William McDonough, the German chemist, Michael Bronckart, and then the architect and economist, who introduced the term circular economy in their treatise, The Potential for Substituting Manpower for Energy, and it was focusing on an economy in a closed-loop manner. The main theories underpinning the circular economy concept included the 3R frameworks, which is reduce, reuse, recycle. Good. So, talking about the evolutions of how circular economy has evolved up to date, it started from the spaceman economy, somewhere in 1966, to replace the cowboy economy. The cowboy economy was reckless, exploitative, and then violent behavior towards the environment. So the spaceman economy, or the cyclical economy, came as an intervention against this cowboy economy in 1966. Moving to 1982, circular economy concept, but there was a performance economy, sorry. There was a performance economy in 1982, which is based on a system of spiral loops that minimizes matter, energy flow, and environmental deterioration. Again, the concept moved to industrial ecology in 1989, which proposes that leftovers from one industrial processes can be used as raw materials for the other. And then we moved on to the regenerative design in 1996, the cradle to cradle 2007, and then circular economy emerged. Now, circular economy is being applied in many industries, including the control of carbon and GHG emissions, the control of environmental challenges, promotion of the R frameworks worldwide, promotion of eco-city, and then eco-industrial parks, fostering development of new technologies. It's also being used in waste management. When it comes to the construction sector, the circular economy infiltrated in the construction industry by a series of reports which was published by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in 2010, where the various R strategies, including the reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, all the R frameworks were brought to light. CE in the construction can be understood as a model to retain the value of resources, to prevent the use of virgin materials. And the main idea of the circular economy in buildings is to keep materials in a long service to avoid destruction of functionality. In Ghana, as recently informed by literature, the initial implementation of circular economy was used in agriculture and in waste management, where agriculture and water management, where in the water management, water sachet was collected indiscriminately from the streets and then recycled to secondary materials. In agriculture, leaf from farm produce was being used as food wrappings. It is also revealed by literature that the awareness and the R principles in the Ghanaian construction industry is very, very moderate. Now, from literature, we identified some circular design and construction strategies, talking about the design for assembly, design for disassembly, material selection and substitution, design for adaptability and flexibility, modular construction, standardization, design for durability, secondary materials, prefabrications, component and material optimization. So these were the various circular design construction strategies which was enumerated by literature. Now, this study is underpinned by three theories. The first theory is the R framework theory. The second theory is the closing resource loop theory. And then the third theory is the minimalism concept. Good. So from the various indicators and the variables enumerated from literature, we were able to come up with a conceptual framework where the various potentials of health and safety cases were enumerated. And then we tried to identify the various circular design construction principles which can be used to address all these problems. As part of the research methodology, we're going by the pragmatism way, since it is as part of our first Delphi, we're going to use this questionnaire structure to engage the experts that we will find in the industry and then seek their opinion, their views about how circular design and construction can help to reduce the effect of health and safety. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I need to keep to 10. Thank you so much, Joy. So, that was a bit naughty creeping up on you like that. Thank you for your presentation. Being able to talk within time is a real skill, by the way. And we're looking at students here. You guys are learning how to do that well. So it's all part of the experience. So I'm looking for some questions from the floor. Yes, sir, I'm coming to you. Where's the other microphone gone? It's here. So can you take that one, my love?
Hello.
Is that one working? Yeah. All right. There you go, Dan.
It's about reusing, it's about reducing waste, it's also about recycling. And if you're an architect and you want to connect the circular economy to design for improving construction activities, that's one thing. If you also want to work on health and safety, the objectives are also clear. So I see that you are trying to mix two different topics entirely who are separate from each other. So the connection between the two is not coming up well, so far as I'm concerned with these two. So it's something you have to look at critically. Unless you want to throw more light on how these two, because your literature review also, they don't seem to connect. There's a whole literature review on circular economy, which is good. There's a whole literature review on health and safety. They don't connect. There's no correlation at this stage from the presentation. So you may want to look at it and then review. If you want to stick to one, you do, and then you bring in your one. Thank you very much.
All right, noted, Prof. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, thanks in terms of your presentation. I think I just followed the presentation, although, but one particular thing, we are having two studies. So what we must do, sort that particular issue, just focus on one. Either you focus on a circular economy and design, or you focus on health and safety. Or, yeah, those part of the thing that myself, so because the objectives, when I do examine, I become an external examiner, for example. One of the things that I'm going to look at is your problem statement and your objectives. But here, the objectives that you are putting, they will not even answer your problem statement. So I'm just saying there's a discharge in terms of that. And the last thing, just for other presenters, try to choose the correct colors. I'm bad in colors myself. I always ask the kids, small kids somewhere, so give me the colors. Some of the colors, they are blue, you've put blue in the background, we can't see. I'm just saying, please work on that. No. You rather not put the colors if we are like me. We have got no idea about colors, because it makes your presentation sometimes difficult to follow. As you talk, you must also be able to read. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay. It's an advice, so I've taken them a good way.
That's good. I'm adding to what the two professors have earlier said. If there's a way of, there's a missing link as to where the health and safety, the role they play in circular economy. If you can identify that, because the moment I saw your topic, that's the question that came in mind. In the circular economy, probably talking about cradle to cradle, right from extraction of raw materials to demolition and bringing it back into the system, reuse or recycle. Where are you bringing the health and safety? If you can identify that missing link and bring it out, then it should inform your objectives. Then you can go ahead. If not, then you need to consider the advice that I've been given to you. Again, you should learn, as Fred said, the timing is very important. If you've been given a time to make presentation, you need to rehearse your presentation right from introduction coming, a lot of text, and you are reading, so you find a way to make sure you work within. It's a skill that you need to acquire. So as you are growing and moving in academia, try and acquire that skills and move with it. Thank you. It's also advice.
Thank you, bro.
Do you want to respond? All right, I'm going to get you another question now, my love. Oh, by the way, folks, as I walk up the stairs, there is a thing called the 3-minute PhD, by the way, that is a competition held annually that I think y'all can enter, but you have to be able to explain your entire project in 3 minutes. I never entered it, by the way. No, go.
Okay. Excellent presentation, thank you. My name is Jochen Theis. I'm a professor at the Technical University of Denmark, and this is my first time in Ghana. And yet you have a super interesting topic, even related to the Danish construction industry, because we have a lot of circular economy, and lots of things happening there in terms of deconstruction. And safety doesn't play a big role in it yet, maybe probably following the typical construction processes and safety processes. So you pick up on a very, very interesting topic, even for us in Denmark. Now, you mentioned also there's a lot of foreign investors in Ghana, right? And even companies working in Ghana. How does it all come together? Because there's investments, there's cultures, everything, right? Even from reporting incidents. It's really challenging, don't you think? What is your take on that?
Okay, so as I said, in relation to this very topic of circular design and then construction, it is a concept which is mostly practiced in developed countries, or let me say in European, American, or Chinese country. And then they've used this concept in different aspects or different trends. They've applied them in the various fields. But in the construction industry, it is something which is in a process, or something which is at infantile stage of adoption in the construction industry. That's the circular economy, most especially in the developing countries. So, as you rightly said, it is good that those people who are already practicing it, they are here in Ghana. That will also boost up the local professionals here to also adapt those new techniques of circular economy, or in improving the construction industry. That's in terms of health and safety. Yeah.
I just went to search the topic, and once again, I think there's a similar topic on circular economy and health and safety. And where my senior professors were indicating, when you read that, I'll share that with you. I think they linked that with the demolition work, how it has impact on the health of the workers, or wastewater and those things. So I think that's where the link is missing from your work. And as they have indicated, probably the entire objective would have to be reviewed so that you have that link to the health itself. So focus on the health, and don't focus, you are doing two different topics at the same time. Yours is health. Are you an architect?
Yes, sir.
You're an architect. So we want to see the design that probably would minimize those alteration that will not have the impact of health, impact of the disease or what have you on the people. Those your design should be more stronger in there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolf. Thank you.
Right, Fred.
And do remember, folks, that I'm going to let one more question go, and then I think we are going to have a break. But do remember that quite a lot of today is about having conversations outside of this space. So I would hope for folks that do have a question, you find joy, you find wisdom, you go and see and speak to them during the break, during lunch, and so on, okay? So it's not just about getting to hold this microphone, which I'm obviously very pleased about. Last question before the break, Banner.
All right, thank you very much. Joy? As Prof said to the first presenter, with regards to gap in knowledge, you were not able to establish the gap in knowledge, so you have to look at that. And then my question is, what accounted for the use of Delphi for this particular study?
All right, fine. So to address the gap in knowledge, as I reiterated, the concept of circular economy is still at an incipient stage or an exploratory stage, most especially in the developing countries. The concept is not well known. So if you can see my objective 4, it is to determine the level of awareness of circular economy principles and practice among built environment professionals. So the gap that we've identified is that the concept in the developing settings or developing countries is still at incipient stages. And then we want to capitalize on that and explore knowledge on that and also contribute to knowledge in that field. Talking about DEFI, again, since the concept is still at growing stages, the idea was to engage experts or people who have idea or knowledge about the circular economy design and principle, or people who are perhaps in the industry or academia who are abreast with that concept in order to get a qualitative data or in order to get their opinions in this study so as to help us to do our analysis. So that's the main reason why we wanted to engage the Delphi, that's the expert in the field, or people who are familiarized with the practice of the circular economy, circular design and then construction principles. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's have a round of applause, please, for Joy. Thank you so much. You get to still speak because you're in charge.
Yes. Thank you. Just to encourage. We heard from wisdom and then joy. It's interesting. Wisdom and then joy. I am happy you guys have put yourselves forward to present your work. Yes, I think it's a very good thing. Yes, and you would have heard from the professors and your colleagues very good suggestions to look into. Right, they've all spoken about the time management thing. I think it's something that our students will need to keep an eye on. Usually, I see the problem is with when you're presenting the literature aspect of your work. Yes, there's an attempt to basically say you're reading a lot, so tell us about everything. I think that ought not to be the strategy. Yes, you must ask yourself, what do you want to do with the aspect of the literature in your presentation? Yes, and then hit that one and you should be fine, right? So this is to all the students. I'm sure we'll hear from a number of them at some point, yes, but I am excited that you guys are, able to put yourself forward and then, subject your work to peer review and review from your professors, right? This is the way to go. I tell my students to even aggressively, seek for criticism. Yeah, in that you basically are getting yourself to a point where you can't fail when you get to the end, right? So well done to you and then to wisdom, right? Okay, good.
All right, great job. Are there refreshments somewhere for the break, or do you want to do that?
My MCs will help you with them, but I can do that. Yes, so there's refreshment. We're used to slightly heavy refreshment, so you would enjoy it, our style, right? We'll do it at the basement of this block. We go out through this, and then you turn left. There's a stair that will take you to the basement. We will be back here, I understand, at 12, midday.
We can do 10 past 12, I think.
Okay,
that
so
will then roll round to lunchtime, so I think that's good.
Okay, yeah, so we'll be back at 10 past 12 to continue with the panel discussion.
We've just changed the agenda up a little bit, so it'll be a panel of the professors, so you can all ask them the hard questions after break, okay? And then we're going to have our final student presentations later this afternoon. So
Great.
think of some good
all right,
questions.
so we'll take the break. I'm sure the ushers, those in yellow, can assist you. I'm also in yellow, so you can ask me. I'll show you where to go. Okay. Yeah, the MC has something for you, so yes.
So colleagues, I learned there's a backdrop somewhere. We know that some of you might probably want to run later in the day. So for you to have opportunity, especially the students, you should have some group pictures before the tea break. So that will be done in 2 minutes. Please, we'll just move out and there's a backdrop. Dr. Anita, we'll pass through here? Okay, so please, we are going through up there and get there together for the group photograph. Thank you. After that, we go back to our tea break.
Gasmo. You do hear me? Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. Be like you make loud. Oh, okay.
for 4 years. So it means you are signing a contract. That contract you are signing, you must make sure that you fulfill those obligations of that. And then another thing that you must also note in your PhD is about the issue of consistency. I think there's an echo now. I'm not sure if it's a sabotage now. From the supervisors, not from the student. So I just say the issue of consistency, you must make sure that you are consistent in terms of work. And that consistency must be monitored by the supervisor. I always like sometimes to talk to supervisors because to say, let us leave the students sometimes. The people who are responsible for students not to complete is us. So that consistency, it needs to be monitored by the supervisor. So I always say, we like the issue of democracy, but democracy has got limitation. At the time in terms of my student, I give them to say, every month you need to present, and you must present on the day that is set for that. So therefore, there's no about argument of democracy in terms of what? You know you must prepare. You won't tell me the previous day that, unless if you're sick, okay, it's fine, you'll be allowed. But I'm saying that given time to be able to do that. So it becomes something of consistency that, look here, in terms of my journey, I want to reach the destination. These are the things that I must do. So myself, I must monitor that consistency. Because student by nature, if you put myself as a student, I can be the worst misbehaving person if I became that side as a student. So I think the person who's the side must also be able just to deal with that, just to be able to monitor in terms. I'm not saying dictatorship, but I'm saying there's an issue of a little bit of some rules that you must put in place. But if you don't put the specific rules, I'm telling you, you'll find a person is having 5 PhDs, 6 PhDs, none of those PhDs they're graduating. So I'm just saying you need to put a plan, and the plan must be monitored by the student and the supervisor on the side. Yeah, so I think, say, in terms of that, so that's what I wanted to add from my side.
Supervisor who will not ask me anything. But I had to be the driver. And as a driver, he was surprised before he knows my write-up is in front of him. He had no choice but to read. Others were busy complaining, and they didn't finish. So the attitude they are talking about is that I was responsible, especially because I was married and I left a 3-month-old baby to go. Are you getting it? So it means that I cannot waste time there. I have to come home. The other thing I have to say is that there are many stakeholders involved in your education. They must be part of the decision making. Before I moved, the people had to know I'm going, then it's demanding. So it's something that you must open up. I have students, I've been supervising married people, so I know what I'm talking about. They don't tell their children just see them disappear. They appear, then they ask, where have you gone? And you're putting the home in an unstable, that is what will disturb you. Are you getting it? While you're here trying to read and write, they are calling, because you have not settled them. So the family is key for you if you are married, because I know majority are married and they don't put them in context of their home. It can disturb you. Then I think they have talked, and all these are attitudes. Really, they fall under what? Attitude, not just living the house that way. And lastly, I want to say that the journey is sweet. What I used to do was, when I get to a crossroad, I would take 1 week off, rest. By the time I come back, the energy is back. So please don't empty your, I don't know how to describe it, your container until you think that no, decide that enough is enough. Discuss with your supervisor, take a decision, and go for some time. and come back. The energy will be back because the journey is long. 3 years journey can look like 5 years. But if you do that intermittent changes, it can help revive. That note, thank you very much.
Okay, so I am last, so I've got nothing else to say. I'll just go through 5 minutes. The things that I say to my student in the first 5 minutes that I meet them, okay? Number one, you have to completely be invested in the topic that you're going to research, because 3 or 4 years later, you are going to be sick of it, okay? You need that, so don't choose a topic that you think you're not really interested in. Also have someone who is English to follow you around in different countries, because most people don't understand my accent. And I usually need an English person to say it, the same words twice. So yeah, you've got to love the topic that you want to do for your PhD. I'm going to pick up on something around the read, okay? So in addition to that, do not read anything until you have put it in your bibliography, okay? Because in a year's time or 2 years' time, you'll think, oh, I read something about that. Now, where did I read it? And you will waste maybe 1 day, maybe 1 week, maybe you will never find the thing you read a few years ago. I would also add to that that you should make notes. If you do this bibliography in a digital form, then you can search in a year's time, of course. So even if it is just a Excel spreadsheet or something more fancy like software for citing and writing, if you make a note, there may be something important in a paragraph or a chapter and it's not identified in the title, again, you will not find it. But if it's an important thing, you put it in. So these are just little things that have a big impact. Final thing about those of you who are undertaking literature review, it's a strange thing to say, but I always tell my students, reread the things that you read a year ago, and you will be surprised at what you see when you read it that you missed the first time you read it. And you say, because in a year or 2 years' time, you become far more knowledgeable about the subject, and you see things in the reading that you didn't see the first time, okay? And the final thing, am I at that stage? Final thing is do not be, again, we're very similar, I think. We've got very similar things we've said about. Don't be a passive student. Be a proactive student, right? So it's easy to say that, but what does it mean? It means you go to your supervisor asking for a meeting. If you find something that you're reading that's really interesting, share it with your supervisor, because maybe they've not seen it. They're not the all-knowing, all-powerful professor that you think they are. They may not have read something that you've found, and you share that. You may come across a webinar or a conference. Tell your supervisor about it and tell them what you're thinking. Bring them your new ideas, what you're doing, even if it's just 1 month at a time. Because when I, as a supervisor, have students who are proactive in this way, you can see their enthusiasm. You can see that they want to speak to you and bring you stuff. And to be honest, when you get so many students and so many other jobs in a university, you lose track a bit of everything that's happening. So you, as the student, you need to manage your supervisor and be the driving force, as Ibok just said. So that's probably the things that I see in the first 5 minutes when I meet a student. So I'm looking forward to any students that want to study with me after hearing that. There you go, Phil.
If we could thank our panel, please. So if you'll allow me the liberty to summarize before I reach out to the audience and throw in a couple of my own insights. I think it really is a journey, and it's actually an adventure, because adventures have turbulence, they have challenges, they have things where stuff's amazing, they have times when it's tough. So it is an adventure more than anything. I think in terms of that, you do have to give things up, as you mentioned there, Thwala, because I did my PhD in the basement of a cottage in the north of England, and I had vinyl tiles on the floor. And by the time I finished my PhD, I'd worn away the top surface of those tiles. You could see where my chair was, because I had sat there for so many hours after I was working to do that. I think it's read is the only way. I used to teach foundation degree construction management students. These are people that don't like reading all that much. That's how they got into construction. And I said to them, read anything. Read anything. But for you guys, just keep reading. It shapes how you write, which is why I write like a Victorian crime drama novelist, because I have read far too many Agatha Christie novels. But there we go. I think don't lose your references is another great one. Family, super important. Connect. My mum did her PhD in marine zoology with 2 children under 5, and I was one of them. So you can do it, it can be done, but it's that adventure, that sacrifice that you have to make. And I think very importantly, manage your supervisors. I think Katerina did a great job with me. Every so often I get an email, Fred, what do you think about this? How should I approach this? And that's how it should be. Be the energy in the room. Your supervisors have other jobs to do as well, unfortunately. I'm very privileged. I mainly supervise, so I take great delight in that and the privilege of being able to do that, actually. But it's not about micromanagement. It's not about being too over-connected, but you do need to bring the energy to that relationship and be proactive in it. And I think we should have just written a book about this, because y'all have all of the insights and all of the great ideas here. So what I'm going to do now is ask for questions from the audience, which I hope we have some. This is where everybody gets shy. You'll ask. Of course. Here we go. You start the ball rolling.
They will all come now. So my question would be specifically to Prof. Thwala, but all can also answer because it's related. How do we find the relationship between time and PhD work? From your experience as a supervisor, most of the people that you supervise, the time that they have and the PhD work, what's the link? Thank you. Especially at work. Some are workers and they are doing PhD.
Okay. Go for it. You do this side, I'll do that side. That was a question.
All right. Okay. No, I thought maybe I'm taking maybe 1 or 3 questions.
No,
and then
you go.
Okay.
Go for it.
I think in terms of those who are working, in terms of managing time in your PhD work, I think one of the things that I always tell my student to say, at work we are having a supervisor. Let us call a person a supervisor that you report to. So in terms of your PhD journey, you must first discuss administratively. That's why I'm saying there's a PhD, there's a pre-PhD work that you must do even before you apply. So there's some other universities where you find they're going to give you a study leave. You go. Some, once you have saved for 5 or 6 years, we are entitled to a sabbatical leave. So even those people who are working in the industry, you make some arrangements. Some of my students used to come and say they don't have time. I even speak to the supervisor, their line manager, to say you also need to sacrifice something. Maybe you need to work some extra hours per week, and then you must ask for 1 day, so every week. I'm just saying that one is a situation that you must manage, so the pre-PhD. But the situation may change over time. To me, it's also about, as a PhD student, to be able to negotiate some of the things, so at the workplace. But one thing that you must also note, that I've experienced, you find some employers that are giving the student some time, maybe in terms of less teaching load, you find the progress is 0. Now, when another person comes now to apply now to say, I need some time off, now you become a reference point now to say, we gave so and so time, but there was no progress. He was more progressing when he was having that particular adequate workload, but once we reduced the workload, so the person became so slow in terms of his or her work. I'm just saying, to me, let us work on this thing in the pre-PhD work and during the PhD. So it's how you maintain that consistency. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment? Emmanuel?
Just to maybe add a thing to that. I think for what I see, a lot of times the students will not be upfront with the information regarding their schedule. So we see that a lot. They come and then you tell them, are you going to be a full-time student? They say, yes, full-time. I get this steady leave. Oh, yes, I will get the steady leave. And then you admit the student, and the next time you keep hearing excuses, oh, I have to do a report for my organization here, I have to do that here. And you ask, is this a full-time student? So I think I like the bit about, upfront you need to be, honest with your supervisor so something can be worked out, even if it means we reaching out to your line, officer or something, it can be worked out. And then for me, it's a matter of consistently making progress. It could be minor, little progress, but there ought to be, some progress at all times. So even if you are not on campus with your supervisor, the time off campus should still demonstrate some level of progression, some, significant step forward. And that's where the thing about divide and conquer works very well. For me, if you have some small target, it's easy to, even though you don't have time, focus on delivering that small target. And once you deliver that, there's progression. There's some sort of satisfaction yourself. There's some energy that pushes you on to the next one. And so you may not have all the time like a full-time student, but little by little, you'll be making some progress. And I think that is extremely important. Progression, bit by bit, will take you to the ultimate, yes. So I just wanted to chip that in, yes.
I think you're right, Emmanuel, and I think what's important there is, when I was saying keep writing, even if you're only writing a little thing, having the regular conferences, so W99 123, we do this on a regular basis every year. You know that you're going to have the opportunity to put something together, to present, and that milestone kept me honest. I know that. It kept me looking at the different elements I was investigating, the work I was doing, and I think that can really help in terms of keeping the momentum going and giving yourself a target. To little and often will get you to those points as well. I think we have a question over here.
Yes. So my question goes this way. We started off by looking at the kinds of or the types of supervisors one may get. You see, and my question is, how do you identify or manage these supervisors, or even build that relationship with them, especially even with the people who are yet to become our supervisors? I don't know if you understand. Is it okay?
Yes, I have the mic, and then I say something about the 3 types of supervisors I think you are likely to encounter. So yes, even for a prospective PhD candidate, I think one of the smartest things you can do is to begin to look through to see the potential supervisors in your department, and then begin to engage students who have worked with that supervisor, students who are still working with that supervisor. You are going to be able to gauge a lot from those who've exited. Like they say, PhD supervisors, they are not like marriage where
you want to keep the spouse. Good ones, they want you to go, right? So first speak to those who've actually worked with a supervisor and been able to, complete the work. I'm sure you would hear a lot. Now they are no longer working under that supervisor. They are going to be honest with you. And from that honesty, you will be able to gauge a lot of things. Then begin to also speak to the, students currently working with the potential supervisors. Another smart thing is to actually sit in their presentations, read their works, and even if you are not interested in the work you read, pretend you are interested in that and then go for a discussion. And I'm sure there's a lot you will pick from there. And the point is that in some universities, in some departments, you are likely to be assigned a supervisor without your input. So it also means that there is the potential that you would be assigned a supervisor and the style may not be necessarily what you hoped for. But I think for me, it's bottom line is you, the student, finding a way to, adjust and realign and then get the best out of the supervisor. Right, so watch that, watch their, completion rate, watch the quality of their students' examinations, form an opinion yourself, and if you have a say in it, let that, bear in the decision. But if you don't have a say in it, be ready to align, because ultimately it's about you, right? So that is what I would say about this kind of situation with supervisors, yes. I know some universities have this policy around if you are not comfortable with a supervisor, you can, actually make a case, right? Usually it's got to do with other things, some sort of, harassment issues and personal issues and religious issues. There could be grounds to make a case, but largely, I think you, the student, you have to find a way to get the best out of your supervisor. All supervisors, they have something for you. You must find a way to get it from them. I don't know if it's good for you.
Okay, for PhD in Ken USC, I know you must have 3. A team of supervisors, and you must relate to the 3 of them. One of the things my supervisor asked me was the fact that he says I was very adaptable. You must have that skill. You shouldn't be seen not communicating with the 3 of them. It is very important they are all in the know of what you're doing, so that it doesn't mean that somebody is left behind. The other thing is that know that it's a relationship, so communication is key. With my PhD student, if they are going somewhere, it is good that they tell you, so you can defend them. Are you getting it? Especially those that are working. Let communication be one key, and you must find out how you should communicate. Is it WhatsApp? Is it an email? A phone call? Those things are things you have to establish, because it's a relationship. You must make sure that you put those things in place. My supervisor was always very surprised because I was proactive, as he said. Manage your supervisor. Time management. Watch when they have time. Sometimes I tell my students, this is a long holiday. That's when you should bring your thesis, because I'm not teaching. But they will not, because they only think of themselves. It is when I have time to do my work, then you just jump to me when I'm lecturing. Are you getting it? So this is the key, is managing your what? Supervisor. But if you have a challenge, I've had many, I don't want you to select a supervisor based on information, because me, I have experienced it. Are you getting it? Yes. Don't take decision because 3 people have said that the person is hard. get to find out what is it and take a decision based on the information, but not from here, say, please. Not from here, what? Say. Sometimes the students have decided, then they come to the class I'm teaching. When they leave, then they tell my TAs, my teaching assistant, this is not what we knew about this lady. And I think that is something, don't pass on bad information about your supervisor. Whatsoever you had with him, be able to sift and filter it properly to share. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just make a small comment. I think, yeah, very, very, very. I think one of the things that you must note, in terms of my experience, in terms of choosing a supervisor, he was quite a nice man. He was a man, a good one, but well disorganized. So one of the things that I started when I was doing my master's was to attend the PhD presentation for different supervisors. So now I was able now to say, the way the study was doing things, the way he was, supervising the student. Therefore, I became interested. Then I saw this is a particular person. One thing, supervisors are different. They're not the same. So don't make a mistake about that. So they are not the same. Even their approach. There's some who are even going to go an extra mile. Some have seen some supervisors where some who are married, they've got some problem, they need to rush home. They'll use their own money and give them, but they don't want a refund of that money because they are saying, this is my student. For him or her to be able to come and back to do the PhD, he must solve that particular problem. If that problem that is outside is not sorted, in fact, that particular person, student, so won't continue the PhD. I'm just saying, those are the things that I encourage those who are masters. Your PhD, if you want to do a PhD, start at your masters. You look in terms to say, who are the potential supervisors? Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth.
Yeah, I mean, this is based on my own experience. I always recommend that students look at the profile of their potential supervisors. If the profile of the supervisor aligns with what you want to do, you get a lot out of that supervisor. For example, I've turned down students saying you won't get the best out of me because what you want to do is not my key research area. So if you can align your research topic with a potential supervisor, you get the best out of it. And if you are keen and driven and motivated and you have the right attitude, your supervisor will go above and beyond to support you. So another part that you need to think about is goal setting. If you are the student or the supervisor and you don't set goals, then there's nothing to work towards. So goal setting from the student, goal setting from the supervisor, where you guys are working on the same page, working towards the same end goal is really, really important in all of this. Thank you.
Oh, excellent.
Question. Yeah, my name is Isaac. My question is twofold. The other one is, some of the project supervisors are not approachable. You see, when you are working on your project, it's very difficult. So when you attend to a supervisor and he's always rejecting you, I think it's very difficult for you to continue the project. So as we are here, that's my my advice to them. No, I want to say it that way, because at times when you have to attend to them and they will start rejecting you and you don't find the energy to continue with the work that you are doing. And the other one is, Prof was talking about the pre-PhD work. And I wanted to find out. He said before you even apply, you have to get somebody that will help you and then understand the work that you are about to do and before you do the application. So I wanted to find out, I have not started anything. How will I get a supervisor or somebody that can enhance me or that can influence me or that can direct me to get in touch with the work that I'm about to do?
So if you think about it, I used the word just now. So every information you have at your fingertips right now. If you as a potential student wants to go via the route of a PhD, you have something in mind. you have something that you want to do, it's not set in stone that that's the final output. You have a rough sketch of where you want to go, the journey you want to go through. Now, would you rather be allocated someone who doesn't know anything about what you want to do or your area of research study? Or you want to look around, if, for example, you want to come to Cib Knust, you want to look at the profiles of the professors here. Who is doing what you want to do? Then there's potentiality there. If you feed them, tell them what you want to do, tell them your intent, they will probably guide you, advise you, and maybe recommend somebody else to you. So I think that's the way to go. I don't believe in assigning a supervisor to a student just because they need to be their supervisors. So what's the benefit of that if you can't really get 100% out of your own supervisor, the same way he or she gets 100% out of you?
Yes, on the last leg of his question, I think it has to be you, the student, what you are interested in first. So you don't go, in my view, you don't go fishing for, a supervisor's profile when you don't know what you are looking at first. It should be what are you interested in, and then you go and look for what, basically who aligns with that, and then who can give you the best on that, right? But the bit about the, catching the attention of your supervisor and also having them make time for you. I mean, I would say this. I did my PhD in KNUST. I had an opportunity to do some 3 months in Loughborough University. So we went to WADEC, their Water Engineering and Development Center. And I was assigned to a supervisor there. First 2 weeks of my time in Loughborough, I kept trying to get an appointment with the supervisor. It didn't work because he was extremely busy. You would always find him surrounded by a project team, and then he would say, oh, hi, I've seen, okay, you come back and we'll talk for 2 weeks. I felt like that was a lot of time gone down the drain. But we had the opportunity to make a presentation to the faculty. And so I did my presentation. He actually walked in few minutes to the start of my presentation. But I took time to really, really prepare for that presentation because I wanted to, make an impression, that, yeah, I was coming from KNUST and we are, excellence is something we are known for. So I took time to really prepare for that. And believe you me, after my presentation, he held my hand and walked me to his office. We had over an hour conversation. Next day, he sent me an email that there is an Cib conference in Glasgow, and I have to present that work there. Next thing I was there, next thing I was back, we're writing papers. This man would give me all the time, and I wish I had time to stay, a visa that could allow me to stay for a lot more months. So I think one of the things, and I'll be honest with you, as a supervisor now, the workload is heavy. But students who give me, cause to be excited about their work, students who give me the impression that they are investing a lot of time into that work, one way or the other, I find time for them. Even if it means midnight getting up to read and then give them feedback, I do it. It may not be deliberate to focus more on them, but naturally I am moved to look at their work. So I think one trick is you, the student, investing a lot of time to impress the supervisor, setting the pace like we've had, being very proactive, and I am sure you will catch the attention of your supervisor, and they would make space for you. Right? So I think that's something I wanted to share. It worked for me. I guess some of my students will tell you it's working for them. Some will tell you they are still struggling to get my time, but now they know what to do to get my time, right? Thank you.
I'll just say a little bit about the application process at our university. So in most cases, the prospective PhD student will submit an application form and have all their usual documents, but most importantly is their proposal for their PhD, what they want to do, an outline of the literature they've read, and maybe just some outline methodology. And the best one I've ever seen, my best PhD student, cited my work, but not only that, cited the work of other academics in the field who I knew to be those publishing most. So immediately, I think, this candidate has done their homework. And not only this, they've not just thrown in here in Cameron said this. The guy actually discussed what was written and used it in the development of his proposal for his PhD. And I knew from day one this would be a good student. And when they graduated on time, no problems whatsoever. And that guy is the guy sitting at the end of the, over here, Kenneth Lawani.
Thanks, Billy. Do we have another question from the floor? Oh, see, it's getting more lively now. We have one here and one here, please. Oh, and one there. Oh, we're all good. We're all good.
Thank you very much. Please, I have two questions. Sometimes you'd love and invest so much in your project topic. You would give your very best, look for a supervisor who is also interested in that topic. But then your supervisor comes back later and tells you your topic is not worth it, so you have to change it. What are you going to do about it? And my other question is, when do you know that it is your very best you've invested in your research?
Okay, so Kukwa is like my daughter. She's an undergraduate student. We can talk more in the house, so I'll give it to the rest of you to respond to her. We can talk in the house, right? Yeah, so who would want to help my daughter?
Kukwa, first is changing topic, isn't it? Changing topic. Personally, for me thinking about PhD, I always look at PhD as very flexible, because at the beginning, the topic might not be too clear. As you journey through, it becomes clearer. Are you getting it? So you might think it's a change in topic, but the main issues would be captured. Are you getting? Because it's not a straight journey. You know, my background was chemistry, first and second degree. Then I got to UK. I had an engineer, a process engineer. I quickly had to work around my brain and quickly do something. So you have to read so that the two of you can agree on the topic. I might have come with energy, thinking I'll get cassava to work with, but then I got to UK, cassava doesn't come like that. So I had to change. So change should not be a challenge. You have to be a bit flexible so that your voice, your interest is still captured. I hope I've made that. The second question was on when you do your best. All of us know when we do our best. And your supervisor knows. For me, my supervisor will just see my document and see box. So is that what you have been doing? Are you getting? Seeing me, asking questions, following him up, giving him assignment, engaging. But when you don't see your student for 1 month, 2, 3, you'll be wondering, are we still working? Do you get it? You don't send. Okay, the other thing was that I used to have meeting every 3 months. My PhD team will meet every 3 months. And in that, I will be giving assignment. Are you getting it? So when we meet the next time, they are asking, have you done this? So they will see that I have responded, I've been able. So if I had a challenge, they will know and discuss there and there. Do you get? So it helps me to also be on my toe working. One of the things I see here is lack of that meeting. And that meeting is critical for the student to have a roadmap to know, am I on course? So that he doesn't. So that is what made me to be a bit active, So anytime I do an objective, I quickly write on that objective. Quickly write and hand over to my supervisor. I finish, so the engagement was more active than just sitting down till he asked me objective 1, then I go. So I think you can see that the student is proactive.
Okay, thanks. Let me just add something. In terms of the issue of, I always tell my students, you can change the topic. But however, what you need to do, you must come with a theme. You must have a theme. So when you play around the topic, play around the topic within the theme that you have put in the timeline. I remember I always tell people to say, once you supervise 10 students, you'll identify so many mistakes that you have made. Once you're at number 20, you'll see to say, look here, number 21 is my first student now. So the 20, there's a lot of gaps that I was supposed to do in the 20 students. I'm just saying, also yourself, when you write your PhD, you'll find on a second year, you'll find you're doing better. But only to find on a third year, you are saying, if I was starting my PhD now at third year, I would have done that like this, like that. I'm just saying, that's where you see now, to say there's also improvement within yourself in terms of the work that you're doing.
I think we're finishing up now, so, or are we? We got a bit longer.
I was going to be nice and let it roll a little bit longer.
I'm not actually wanting the microphone to answer those questions. Just before that question was asked, we just had a discussion about how not enough females were asking questions. So I just wanted to congratulate you. I think you may have been the only female to ask a question. And if there is another question, let's get more females. Men are more confident, I think, than females, always more questioning and doubt. You're atypical. So let's have some more questions, if we've got time. No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. It appears we have a thorny issue with the supervisor-PhD candidate relationship all across the universities. And I was just curious, I just want to find out, would you recommend for your universities to maybe, if you are not doing it already, run what is described as PhD by published work? I'm just thinking, if potential PhD candidates can have their published work assessed, that may eliminate most of the challenges that we are facing and discussing at the moment, and whether or not you encourage it. Thank you.
Yeah, since I have the microphone now.
Well, I also have a microphone, and I only supervise through publications, so I don't know who's going to win this one.
I'll defer to the female presenter.
Yeah, thanks.
To answer.
So all of my students in my current institution follow publication routes. That's actually a lot harder to do coherently than it sounds. It seems like a very straightforward idea in that, well, you do the work, you get your papers published in construction management economics or BRI or safety science, whatever you're doing. But it's actually much more challenging as a student to have to go through and publish to that level. And I kind of think sometimes it's, I personally, because I used to supervise to theses, and then we'd do the publications as we went conference papers into journal papers as the student grew through the process. And panel members have mentioned today that if you go back and read what you wrote the first year you were a student, you're just going to die laughing because it's going to be rubbish, okay? Because you as a person will grow so much, and you won't know you're doing it, but it's through all that read, write, that you will actually get to that point where you are able to readily publish and get work accepted into the top class journals internationally. So I think it's interesting to do that. It's actually quite hard to do that because you still need a coherent piece of work. Now, I'm very lucky because all our work is construction safety. So providing that coherence is actually relatively straightforward to us. And it's been interesting to hear panel members mention that the project you start thinking you're going to do is not the project you're going to finish with, by the way, either. I was going to fix safety culture. That didn't go well. And I've just, that was about, how many years ago was that? That was 2008, and I've just finished another project on safety culture, where I've recently published in Safety Science that we should just get rid of it as an idea, because it's really not helpful scientifically or practically. But it's harder than you think. Do other panel members have publication experience? Emmanuel, Billy, you go ahead.
I don't, but I was just going to say that in our university it is an option, but I don't see many of them taken up. Where I do see them, and I'm not saying I'm recommending this, but it's just a fact that most of the ones that I do see are mature, older students who have already had a lifetime of experience, and they're able to draw on that experience to help them write. And I think it's somewhere between 4, 5 or 6 peer-reviewed journal papers that are presented as a coherent piece of work. And they need to string it together with a narrative that explains how they cumulatively work together to contribute to knowledge, because that's still the same threshold that you have to meet, of course, is contribution to knowledge. And as I say, I think the only time I've seen examples personally is where it's a mature student who's got a lot of experience to help them achieve that. Anyone else?
Yes, so in my university, yes, it's we also have that in KN University as an option, the manuscript-based, thesis. It's an option, but I would agree with colleagues here. It doesn't make it any easier. It's not like a silo thing where you hide in a corner and write a paper, write a number of them, piece them together, write an intro chapter and then a conclusion, and you have a PhD. It's not like that. It still has to be done under supervision. And I mean, I have to say this. For me, one of the things you must aim at getting from your PhD supervision is actually be in the position to also supervise a candidate when you have the opportunity. So there's a lot to learn in the process. So even if you want to do the manuscript-based thing, it doesn't take away the supervisor thing. It doesn't make it any easier. You still have to be doing this work under supervision and get the input of a supervisor. That's when you can actually pass that one. Ultimately, in my university, even if it's a thesis-based thing, you still have to do a viva, where you are actually examined by 5 examiners. So it doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't take away from me any ease with relationship with supervisor and the rest, if you want to do it well, right? Okay.
Okay, do we need to finish? Wait, what's happening? We have 2 more questions. Should we do till 4 to 2? Some wrap up? Yes, I will. Yeah. So should we do 2 more questions and then a wrap up? Yeah. Okay, there's a question happening right here.
Yeah. Thank you very much, panel. I would like to know, as supervisors, what are some of the key or specific things supervisors expect from their PhD students? And the second question is also, from the beginning I've been hearing read, write, write, read, write, write. Thank you.
I've got the mic. Is that okay if I just go for it? On the first question, I think we've kind of covered that a little bit already. You're looking for a proactive student. You're looking for a student that brings you things, that is capable of thinking for themselves. Now, you don't need to learn that. That should be one of the prerequisite things you're looking for in a student who can think for themselves. If they cannot do that and they want you to tell them what their topic should be, what their methodology and methods should be, and what to read, then I'm not looking for that. What was the second question? What do you write? What should they read? Right. So that's the last thing I just said. If they ask you what to read, don't supervise them. But that's not true. You don't forget to read the things outside of your subject area. So that's where you get a lot of the eureka moments and the innovative thinking. You read something that's nothing to do with construction, and you think, I can see a connection here with what I'm doing here in the built environment. I guess you want maybe something more specific, but I think for it to be a general answer applicable to everyone, you've got your hierarchy of reading materials. So peer-reviewed scientific journals are at the top of that. But even then, there are some that are better than others, just like some supervisors are better than others. So you have to decide, where is the domain that you want to read your peer-reviewed papers from. But have a good mix of where you get your information from. We use the term in research methods, triangulation. You want to triangulate what you read, because you do get bias and you do get poor research that gets published sometimes, okay? So if I read research that's been funded by a concrete society telling me that concrete is wonderful for the environment, I'm going to have to try and read something else that tells me the opposite, so that I can make my own decision about that. Okay, I'll stop there. I could probably keep going.
Anyone
but
else?
I talk too much.
Well, since I said read.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Yes, and write. Two things. You have a theme. I'm sure you've heard about systematic review. And when you were asked to look at that assignment, most of you said you wanted to contribute to knowledge. You can't contribute to knowledge if you don't know what is existing. And that makes you to read, so that you can then fill in what? Identify the gaps that are missing in the theme you have in your mind. Is that okay? So in doing that, you must put it down and write. So they go hand in hand. So if you don't do that, then you can see I was very happy for the two presenters. You see that at the end we were all saying, what were the problem statement? What was the problem statement? Because it was not too what? Clear. So read is so that you distilled all the ideas and pull them together and tell yourself, 1, 2, 3 things I have seen missing. They might have done the same thing like I'm going to do, but in their doing, there are missing links. Can I contribute to that? I hope it's clear why you must read and write. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one more question, and then I'm going to ask our panel to sum up. So you go ahead, my love.
Okay. Thank you. I think my question is back on the supervision aspect. When Prof. Odra was speaking, she was saying that in KNUST you have like 3 supervisors, and they're supposed to work as a team to supervise you throughout your journey. I find it quite challenging when you have 3 different supervisors and they have different ideas. And so you go to one supervisor, they're saying something different, you go to the next one and to the next. And as a student, you're supposed to find a way to bring all the ideas, make it cohesive, and it becomes really difficult, and that can set you into confusion. And so what do you do when you find yourself in that situation?
Well, because I said it also, read. So I'm taking it. You see, the 3 were to work as a team. I think we lose the aspect of the training, team spirit, when we want to be independent. Really, the real thing was that the student will submit his synopsis to the board, the departmental board. And it is at the board we take a decision who are those to be involved, who have contribution to, do you get it, to make. So it wasn't that we should arbitrarily just assign people. Are you getting it? So we were to assign based on the content and the content of the student work. So it's not a strange thing. But they were also to be meeting as supervisors to discuss so that you are not confused. Are you getting it? So if it's not working, it's not because teamwork is not a good thing. I was supervised by team. And that was why every 3 months or 6 months we meet. And all of them will agree on what I have to do. And so the next time I meet them, it's not somebody confusing me. Are you getting it? So I think it's the arrangement.
Okay, if I can just add on what Robert said, I think we've got different experience, different things. That's why when people talk about experience, I'm a little bit unhappy about that, because it may be a good experience or a bad experience, maybe 20 years of bad work. So, but the issue is, from where I come from, what we've done, if there are 2 supervisors, you send the work to the main supervisor, then the 2 supervisors must come together. And when they call you, they're gonna make their different comments, and when they come, you come, they give you feedback. It's the 2 of them in terms of that. We have to agree on the comments ourselves, so that I've made myself, maybe as a main supervisor, with the co-supervisor, and then we agree in terms of that. But if that one is not happening, I think that's one of the things where you send to one supervisor, he's gonna give you feedback direct to you without the 2 co-supervisors just knowing. I'm saying that one is a little bit dangerous. Those are the part of the particular problems in terms of postgraduate supervision. So that was seeing around.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So the comment that's been made is really important. I think supervisory teams need to work cohesively together. So Billy and I are supervising Emmanuel, is there. Emmanuel has his Viva set for the November, yeah? What we always do is to hold a joint meeting together at the same time with Emmanuel. If I give my comments, Billy gives his comments. Where we disagree, we find a common ground to agree. And when the student leaves that meeting, he's leaving the meeting taking on board same comments, same feedback, to work on it, and then we regroup again at a different time. The danger, like he said, is when sometimes the students play the trick. Yeah. So they send it to me, they wouldn't see him, and I make a comment, they go back, work on my comment, send it to Billy, and maybe Billy and I don't communicate that often. And he makes a comment, and the student comes back and says to him, but Kenneth never said that. So, you know, working cohesively as a team is really important, and the students should know that it's in their own best interest that every supervisor is working towards. So it's not in my own benefit that, you know, I see a student fail. But there are times that it happens. But, you know, having that level playing field where everyone is fully aware of what's going on is really, really important. Yep.
And I'm going to wrap that up right there. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start with you, Kenneth. You get a whole minute to finalize your thoughts. So we'll pass it down. 1 minute each, 60 seconds, and I am going to stop you. Go.
I have one word. Your attitude determines how far you go in your PhD, in anything you do. That is basically it. You can be driven, you can be motivated, you can be the most intelligent person on earth, but if you don't have that right attitude and put everything together, yeah, then it won't work. I use the analogy that if you have a dartboard, you have the bull's eye. So at that center point, that's where the attitude is. So every other trait, every other characteristics that you have feeds into it. So if you can't feed them all into the bull's eye, then it's all it's never going to work. So keep going on. It's not impossible for you to start and finish. The only impossibility there is you.
All right. Yes, I would say this first, that we're saying, yes, you must contribute to knowledge, you must find a significant gap and then fill the gap with your studies. But please, you cannot solve the whole world's problem with your PhD. So don't waste all the time trying to find the whole world's, a solution to the whole world's problem. It doesn't work that way. Find a significant gap in there, work, contribute in that sense, and you continue to work even beyond your PhD. So don't be too scared about this thing around contribution to knowledge. And for especially our students here, KNUST students especially, I think you should not also be poor doing a PhD. You don't have to be financially struggling because you're doing a PhD. There's no glory in that. We have to start looking at writing for grants, getting onto projects, and not being poor because you're doing a PhD, right? And my last thing to especially our students who are at the end of their studies, I think it's important to tell your family, your close friends and all that, when you are at that final stage, that you need a final push and you need space to have a good final push. You need that, right? And then ultimately, I would say you would all do very well. We all started like this, unsure of where we're going, but with the hard work and the focus, you will do well. It's a little over a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think the first thing that I would say myself, one must note the PhD you are doing is yours. That's the first thing. It doesn't belong to your supervisor, so it belongs to you. And one of the things that you must attend from the day one, please, there are many online webinars related to your field. Please attend those webinars. And the other thing, talk to your supervisor. Such gathering as conferences, your supervisors, I send my students to conferences. When they come back totally different individual. So just make sure those are the things we need to talk to your supervisor. So then the last thing that I want to say, Program Director, is around the issue of well-being. One of the things why PhD students sometimes they don't finish on time, they become a little bit arrogant, they become very slow in their work, is a social life. I always tell my students, PhD, do your PhD, but you must also have some social life. You will see some of the students, some of them, they go to lab. I only see them wearing the coat, those two-piece, and those safety boots. I never see them wearing a suit or wearing what. So the ladies, you'd have never seen them wearing high heels or what in there. So I'm just saying, you see, I think that's part of the thing. As we need a PhD, but there's also another life, the social life. So to say in terms of wellness, which as supervisors, we actually don't talk about those. And it have got great impact. So in terms of the student, I'm just saying those are the things they too must also look at, to say, get your PhD, but work very hard and also have some little bit of some fun. So, but lastly, I will say, just keep on working, you'll finally reach the destination.
Well, I think everything has been said, but I want you to be clear in your mind that it's a journey. It's what? It's what? And has an end. It has what? An end. Because it's a journey, you must anticipate. You must do what? Anticipate. That the tires might go off and has to be fixed. Are you getting it? Responding to those challenges are also key. If you look at them very well, the opportunity for growth. The opportunity for what? Growth. So in this journey, it's sweet and nice. So see it as opportunity to learn. Opportunity to what? Learn. There are certain things I would not have learned if not from the journey of what? PhD. To negotiate, to push, patient, working with junior people. You see, there are a lot of people in the line to make you who you are. Respect people along the line. Learn humility along the line. Learn to appreciate everyone that contributed to your PhD journey. Thank you very much.
Billy, final points, and then we will thank
Okay.
our panel as one.
As Emmanuel said, you're not trying to change the world. Funny enough, I say a similar thing. I say it's a PhD, not a Nobel Prize. And there's a textbook called How to Get a PhD, I think by Phillips and Hugh. And they list Pew, who list about 14 ways you can contribute to knowledge. I recommend you find that book, because some of them are quite straightforward and easy to understand, actually. So it's a PhD, not a Nobel Prize. On the supervisors who disagree, one of my supervisors disagreed with himself. And he gave me feedback on my thesis. I responded, then he gave me feedback the following week, which contradicted. But I had the audit trail, so that's my next point. Write things down, have your audit trail, so you can go back and check, because that helps you as well. And the final point, it helps you when you don't really do a PhD every day of the week. You go away for some time, you come back. If you keep this audit trail, previous versions, it will help you remember where you left off the previous time. But do not think you can go back and do 1 or 2 hours on the PhD, then do something else. You waste that time trying to remember what you did the last time. You need 1 or 2 days on your PhD. So when you're looking at your available time, you've got to make a few days, not a few hours. Okay.
Thank you, Billy. And thank our panel, please. What a wonderful... I should have bottled this, really, and it would be so valuable. I do hope you have all taken something away, if not more than many, many things, to be honest. I think it's wonderful. We will be back in an hour. So later, so we're going for lunch now, a late lunch, but it fits in kind of with our day. When we come back, we have 3 more student presenters who are going to share their work with us. So please join us again here. And then we're going to wrap up with some parent share feedback discussion generally to hopefully get you all enthused for your own personal journeys. All right, so enjoy lunch and I will see you back here at 3.
Hey, Ben, cook it up.
but which I have eaten. So I'm very pleased to invite Samuel to present on his work. So we're going to have 10 minutes of presentation followed by 10 minutes of Q&A to try and keep us all honest. Here come you see, they said I'd start talking, you'd all get here. That worked. All right, so Samuel, when you are ready, sir, away you go.
Okay, thank you very much, Fred. And good afternoon, professors, senior lecturers, and colleagues. My work is an assessment of the importance of governance factors to the sustainability of community-managed piped water services in the rural subsector in Ghana. This work is supervised by Professor Imoru Brima, Professor Cib Knust, and Dr. Kafuyoklu. So this is an outline of the presentation, which I would not dwell too much on for reasons of time, but basically we'll try and use the scope, some of the frameworks that were used, the conceptual framework, the methodology, and then the main findings and conclusions. So this is a glossary of terms that are critical to understand, but I would only mention a couple of them at this point. The rural subsector, for instance, because in Ghana there's a distinct rural subsector for water, and this is rural communities and small towns with populations up to 50,000 people. So when we say the rural subsector, we are talking about water supply to those types of communities. And then I would also mention point sources briefly. These are hand pump boreholes, sources that you have to walk to collect water. And then I'll also mention quickly the Water and Sanitation Management Team, WSMTs, who are central to the discussion that we'll have. So I think the background is that Ghana was deemed, for instance, to have met the MDGs in 2015, and currently as we speak, the population and housing census suggests that 92% of the population have access to improved sources of drinking water. This, however, masks the fact that at any given time, it is assessed that about 30% of water supplies, about 1 in 3, are not functioning, and the risks in terms of public health and socio-economic development are quite clear. This has been attributed to a number of factors, financial, economic, etc. So the thrust of the work is to understand which factors are critical in terms of governance for rural subsector in Ghana. The other key thing to mention is that for the best part of 30 years, the subsector, most of the services have been run under what we call community-based management. So community ownership and management, which is the COM, which we will see quite a lot in this discussion. But a number of frameworks suggest that it is not working very well, but its sustainability depends on the context. So any study on it needs to be contextual. The other issue is that COM, as it is, became interesting in the International Water Decade, so 1980s, when a failure of national systems to manage rural water services was the case. Apart from that, in terms of concept, participation was a key issue in rural development, so it was adopted. But we've seen from studies that a lot of work has not been done on the issues of piped systems. So most of the work we've seen in this area on point sources and the issues around point sources. So this study looks at pipe systems as a higher service level, in that most of the issues that apply there then would be applicable to the lower service levels. So the objectives is to assess the influence of identifiable governance factors on the effectiveness and long-run sustainability of community-managed piped water services in Ghana. And to do that, we are trying to identify the key governance factors, assess the influence of these factors and explore other models as against this model in terms of how they do in terms of those factors. So the research questions were 3. We have, what are the main governance factors affecting the sustainability of water systems in the rural subsector? So the piped water systems as the focus. And then the relationship between these effectiveness and sustainability. So we have to find a measure of sustainability as against the factors, and then other existing models and how they seek to address the issues there. So the scope, in summary, is that we couldn't look at all the systems across the country, so we looked at where it was deemed that piped water systems were doing well under the COM approach. So regions like Ashanti region come up. And then we also looked, so that was the geographical scope for this study. And also the other scope, obviously, on systems that are under COM at the moment, were the key things for this study. I'll skip this one, and many of the frameworks. But the key one to mention is the fact that in terms of governance here, the thrust from the framework suggests that we are talking about administrative governance as against economic governance or political governance. So this is key to, this form of governance is key to social services. So that is the one we're looking at, and it's about optimizing all the factors that make for sustainability. It includes the service itself, but it also includes the service authorities, those who are responsible for regulation and technical support. In Ghana, we realized that there are indicators or a framework for measurement of service and performance. So most of this study was based on that. But to do that, we had to identify which factors are most critical to deal with. And that was based on studies from Max et al., Brimer, Kumasi, and Machado, etc., which show the areas that are of willingness to pay and continuous demand for the services, which ultimately will lead to sustainability. So it was basically, this study was basically from a pragmatic paradigm based on relativism, based on the context in which we were working. So mixed methods were used. This tries to give an overview of the methods that were used. So which were the main governance factor, which was our first question. We tried to speak to key informants drawn from the sector. We had about 7 out of 10 experts responding to the study. And then also qualitative data also from in-depth interviews with people at the sub-national level. We also did some focus group discussions, and the main unit of analysis was the water systems itself, and we worked in 11 of them across 9 districts. There's a list of those communities, but in terms of our limitations, obviously the geographical scope was one of them, and then because new models are coming up, a few systems have been taken up and were not studied. So our main findings, we realized that COM may not be effective for complex systems in heterogeneous communities. We also find that where ability to pay is high, like in Ashanti, it has done better. We also found that MMDAs had considerable challenges in terms of technical support. On the governance factors themselves, we found that prudent financial management and effective regulation and support were the most important. Conclusions we realized that prudent financial, as I've mentioned, and regulation were the critical ones, but other factors might play a role. The political economy came in, traditional rulers, etc., at the rural levels. Other conclusions that we found was that perhaps there's not a fit in the governance structure of the country fully with the COM, but we also realized that it's not just about the appeal. But beyond ideology, it's also relevant in terms of sanitation, which is low in the country, and also in terms of deliberately encouraging participation. So a few recommendations were made. Major among them was a review of the subsector to look at financing, cost recovery, issues like that, and how to understanding the framework, the measurement of performance. I think giving a bit more time, maybe a bit more resource, a few more independent variables would have worked.
Okay.
This one we used cost coverage ratio, which is normally it's a financial measure basically, but it's a proxy for sustainability. And in Ghana, it is deemed that if you have an operating surplus, so your cost coverage is more than 1, then you are likely to be sustainable. But it's a financial measure, and there could have been other measures that we could have used for the study.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Thank you. Do I have questions in the room?
Did things change, and to what extent, and what's the contribution to knowledge?
Yeah, so I think setting out, I thought I would achieve a bit more than this.
We always do.
Because I felt there was a bit more in terms of readiness to get the availability of the data to do a bit more analysis. But I realized that the data was not that much forthcoming, because this is to mention it guardedly, is a very political space around water supply and issues like that. But it reaffirmed something that came up, which is also the fact that regulation, service monitoring, etc. are a bit weak. Otherwise, you should have better documentation and better data. So I think in the end, I didn't get all the things I wanted, or the analysis I wanted to do, but one thing which was clear was it does make a contribution in terms of highlighting the issues that are coming up. Incidentally, there are reforms also that have been mooted in the subsector, leaning towards a public utility sort of system. And it seems to reinforce some of the issues that the study found, but the study also can make some good input into those reforms. For instance, I mean, together with my supervisors, we thought the conceptual framework could be a good guide for reviewing the subsector and how things should work. So I think that's something that's useful. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question at the front.
Right. Thank you very much. Before my question comes, my observation about your presentation, probably you have to pay attention to it again so that we can read what you are presenting, because it was quite bulky with so many words. So it was difficult. Especially your main findings. We were not able to read what your findings were, so just pay attention to that. Then I observed that you reviewed the work on COM for 2006, I think by Bike 2006 or so. So in that work, what gap did you find out from that particular work that you intend to have built on? Because as of 2006, somebody has worked on a similar thing. So what are you adding on to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on the presentations used now in rural sanitation are based on participation. So to the extent that now we have a sector which is both water and sanitation. So we've got a Ministry of Water Resources, Sanitation and Water Resources, recognizing that the two go together. It isn't entirely correct to say that community-based management is only ideological. It goes beyond that. So it builds on that argument that yes, there's an ideology part of it, but there's real value to keeping the two together and ensuring that there's some form of participation. So even in the rural, even in the public utility approach, now even in the urban area, they are looking for ways for people to participate in the service management and delivery. So I think that's the area.
Thank you. We have a question here.
Yeah. Please, can you explain the study in few sentences? And then the second one is, which of the objectives gave the qualitative and then quantitative data, and how were the data analyzed statistically?
Yeah, so in summary, the study is about assessing the QUAM approach in Ghana's rural subsector. Look at what it has been able to achieve and what it has not been able to achieve. Why? What are the underlying governance factors? Because one of the frameworks we assessed was a UN framework which suggests that the failure of water service is primarily a failure of governance. So that is the approach at which we came from it. What factors are critical and why, and how can we optimize those factors? So that's number one. Number two was about which data, so identifying which factors, it's a mix of the two. So what we've done is, from what the key informants told us, that's more qualitative. These are the key factors for, or key governance areas for success. Then we've done a test of hypothesis on those ones. It's non-parametric because we didn't assume that this is a normal distribution and the sample size is small. So we use the T statistic and the hypothesis testing to see the significance. So if you take each governance area, like prudent financial management, there are indicators in Ghana already. So we picked those as the independent, and we did there's a scoring system in Ghana already. So we take the scores and we correlate it with the cost coverage ratio to see whether there's any significant relationship with that. And most of the hypotheses showed that there wasn't a significant relationship. But if you take the qualitative data coming, you realize that there is, even from the scores and the descriptive statistics that we used.
Thank you. And please, can we give Samuel a big round of applause for that? Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Good job. You don't get to keep the microphone. Thank you. Oh, that's your notes. Are they mine? Oh, no, mine's here. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so if I can now invite James. I know you're here. There you are, Dan. So again, you're going to get 10 minutes, 2-minute warning, and I'm stopping you at 10. All right, there you go, sir.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Good afternoon, Prof. Chair. All protocol duly observed. My name is James Antonio Pong, a member of the CTF department at KNUST, and I'm here to present on a topic examining the environmental impacts of agri-waste coarse aggregate in sustainable concrete production. My supervisors are Professor Emmanuel Edinyira, Dr. Kofi Ejekum, and Professor Anthony K. Danso. This will be the outline of my presentation. I'll go through the gap in knowledge, look at the aim and objectives, scope of the study, and also the methodology, and finally, the implications of the findings of this study. Now, we all know the construction industry to be one of the biggest consumers of resources in the world, and also a major polluter. So over the years, industry and academia have come together to look at ways of reducing the impact on environment. And one of the ways is to look at introducing alternative materials in our daily, in the work that we do. And one of the materials that a lot of work has been done on is concrete, how different materials or waste materials can be used to replace the conventional materials we use in producing concrete. Now, the potential of cleaner production principles is to enhance the sustainability of concrete production using agricultural waste still needs to be explored. Studies have comprehensively assessed the performance of concrete made with agricultural waste, but limited studies have examined the environmental and economic implications of utilizing this agricultural waste. The role of cleaner production principle in optimizing the utilization of agricultural waste in concrete production has yet to be extensively explored. comprehensive life cycle assessment and cost-benefit analysis of using agricultural waste in concrete production, considering the entire supply chain and environmental impact. These are some of the gaps that going through the program or the journey, I realized that we most of the time dwell on the properties of the materials and the strength and all the other things, but we don't necessarily look at how using these waste materials also impacts on our environment. Now, the research aims to develop a sustainable approach to concrete production using agri-waste as an alternative coarse aggregate, using cleaner production principles. And I have 3 objectives that I'm working with. The first one is to examine the perception of the Ghanaian construction industry professionals in adopting agricultural waste aggregate. The second is to assess the environmental impact of sustainable concrete made with alternative coarse aggregate compared to the conventional concrete. Then the last one is to assess the impact of the cleaner production principles on the workability and strength of the concrete when using agricultural waste. Now, the scope of the study is in 2 stages, so I'll look at the contextual and the geographical. Now, the study will be limited to agricultural waste, specifically coconut and palm kernel shells. Now, these are 2 of the most, researched materials when it comes to using agricultural waste in concrete. And their results have shown, encouraging results that when we apply this or try to replace the conventional material with this material, we will still be able to achieve the desired strength that we are looking at. Now, the study will focus on cleaner production principles in concrete production. Now, cleaner production looks at 1, minimizing waste, using energy efficiently, and pollution prevention and water conservation. Now, for the life cycle assessment, I'll be looking at cradle to gate, that is from raw material extraction, transportation of the material to the manufacturing site, and also the manufacturing of the product itself. And for the geographical scope, I'll look at the materials, that's the coconut and palm kernel shells. These materials are some of the most common. The collected data, we'll use quantitative methods to get the data. Then after that, we'll use a qualitative approach to confirm the data that we've collected. Now for the objective 1, which is the perception of Ghanaian construction industry professionals. The strategy, as I stated, is a survey with the instrument being a structured questionnaire. Now for my population, I'm looking at the 4 main construction professional groups in Ghana, which is the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, Ghana Institute of Architects, Ghana Institute of Engineering and Institution of Engineering and Technology. And because these are groups with different characteristics, I'll be using the cluster sample to group them into clusters. Then now, based on that, I select from the clusters to get my sample size. Now, for the analysis of that data, we'll look at the descriptives, which is the mean, standard deviation, and also, and for inferential, we'll look at Pearson's correlation and structural equation modeling. So we want to, first of all, try and find out the relationship between the various constructs. And once you find the relationship, you go on to use the structural equation modeling to test it. Now for the second objective, which is the main part of the work, that is trying to assess or compare the sustainable concrete we are producing and the conventional one. We'll go through the life cycle assessment. We want to compare data from both production cycles. So you want to know if I'm going conventional, this is the impact that I have on the environment. Then if I'm going with the waste materials, this is the impact I'm going to have on the environment. And once you're able to collect this data, you're able to come to a conclusion that indeed if I go with the waste, the impact on the environment will be minimal. So we can therefore go ahead to push the material into our daily lives. Then, for the process, we'll look at the life cycle assessment. We collect data on the input and output flows, select relevant environmental impact categories such as emission levels, quantify the environmental impact, and compare the environmental impact of the sustainable concrete and identify opportunities for improvement. Collection of the data will be from sources such as industry reports, literature, and databases. Also, we'll identify and characterize the aggregates to be used in the sustainable concrete mix. Consider factors such as availability, transportation distance, and pre-processing requirements. We'll also develop mix designs for both conventional and sustainable, and conduct lab tests to ensure they meet the required performance specification. Then go through speak with stakeholders such as concrete producers and construction companies and environmental experts. Now for the last one, which is the impact of the cleaner production principles. With cleaner production, there are various ways of applying them. Some, we look at product modification. So if I'm using the waste, how can I modify the product to still ensure that I'm meeting the standard that is set? So we'll look at that, and these are some of the tests that we are going to conduct. Now, the implications. This research will quantify potential environmental impact reduction through the life cycle assessment. The study will also demonstrate some of the benefits of implementing the cleaner production principle. And the research will also inform policy development and industry standards for sustainable construction practices. And the last one will be findings will provide evidence for long-term environmental sustainability benefiting the communities and future generations. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic, and thank you for being 25 seconds early. Does anybody, I have a question right here, I'm coming straight in. Here you go.
James, congratulations for the presentation. I observed that throughout the presentation, I didn't see just one citation. So I don't know where you are having all this information from. Can you please tell us something?
So I'm sorry, I should have added the citations.
I'm coming down the front, don't worry. Who else was here?
James, thank you. With your Objective 1 detailed methodology, the professional bodies, I realized that the population you put there was 2,000 plus.
Yes, so I used their members in good standing to get the total population.
No, I think you need to check those figures again.
Okay.
Any of them tend to have more than that, those in good standing. You have to check. Okay. I know IET alone has almost 3,000 in good standing, so you need to check. And again, the sample size you want to use, 100, is that the case?
No, so after getting the clusters, I was going to take 100 from
each cluster.
Each cluster, yes.
So you have four professional
groups, so
ones.
that would be our 400.
So what's the basis for that 100 from each cluster?
I think initially I wanted to put, based on the population I had, I wanted to put all of them together in sample. And when I did the calculation, I was looking about 386. So that informed that, okay, if I put them in the classes, then I can maybe pick 100 from each population.
So when you get the right population, you need to use literature to prove the size of the sample that you need to use to get it right. So you need to, why are you concentrating from cradle to gate and not cradle to cradle?
Because I'm just looking at the production of the concrete itself. I'm not looking at its usage. And so because I'm looking at the new materials that we can use in producing concrete. That's why I decided to focus on the extraction to the manufacturing stage and not consider the...
Okay. So, and last one, with your life cycle assessment, what perimeters are you going to look at?
So I think currently EPA has a list of things that, especially with the quarries, they have a list of emissions and factors that they consider. So I was going to look at the same factors and apply the other, subject the other process to those factors as well.
Okay, so let me pick one that you mentioned, emissions.
Emissions.
How are you going to calculate?
So I think some of the emission levels, you can get them from databases like One Click LCA. They provide the emission levels, and even EPA as well as provided their specified emission levels. So they have the standard there, and they go there from time to time to measure and see if the people are actually meeting those. So those were the two databases I was going to rely. I know some of them will be difficult to measure because I may not have the instruments to go through that.
Okay.
Right. Thank you very much, Tony, for your nice presentation. I was wondering, first of all, you said you are going to look for materials in Ghana, found in Ghana and worldwide.
No, so I said the two materials that I'm considering, when you go to literature, there are two of the most researched waste materials when it comes to alternative aggregate in concrete production. And these are also, it's easy to find in Ghana, the palm kernel shell and the coconut shell.
So where are you taking your sample? Are you taking it in where?
So the sample will be the coastal, wherever I can find. But mostly the coconut shell is found along the coast. Okay. And the palm kernel shell too is mostly along that area.
Then what is the difference between this work that you want to do? As you rightly indicated, people have used palm kernel to mix to get concrete. What is the difference? Because you are mentioning cleaner production, energy efficiency, and what's the difference?
So the difference is that they mostly look at, if I use the material, so they pick maybe palm kernel shell, what strength am I getting? They pick coconut shell, what strength am I getting? So they are mostly concentrating on the mechanical properties of these materials. But for you to also be able to push the idea to industry that we need to actually start using this waste, you need to also consider the environmental impact, the waste itself. If you decide to use the waste, the environmental impact, that's the only way you can be able to convince them. Because as it stands, even though we know we are rapidly consuming the natural resource we use for concrete, there's no other alternative because people are not sure whether if I pick this, if I decide to go this way, am I still going to save the environment? Because if I'm not saving the environment, then I might as well use the existing one that we have. So you should be able to convince them that if I go with the waste, you are indeed going to save the environment, conserve resources that future generation will also be able to use.
So lastly, what is the gap? Because you mentioned about 4 different gaps in knowledge.
So,
but just a minute.
Okay.
We want it to be more clear, to come out with a gap that you have found in literature that you think you also want to build on in that regard. So if you can be clear on that. Thank you very much.
I mentioned that in the gap, there's environmental aspects, there's the social aspect, and there's the economical aspect. But I'm looking at the environmental portion of it. Maybe considering all 3 will be a lot.
We have one more question here.
Okay. Thank you very much, James. I want to get some clarification with regards to your agri-waste, right, for concrete. Yeah, I want to know which aspect of the concrete are you looking at, as in terms of, is it going to be an additive, or you are just going to do total replacement, or what kind of concrete are you looking at? Because concrete is made up of several things, yeah.
So
And also, the next question will be to, like, how sustainable will this agri waste be in terms of availability? That is, for what kind of projects? Is it just for some specific projects, or it can be used in a large scale? Thank you.
So, in terms of the aggregates, we know we have the fine and the coarse aggregate. But with this work, I'm looking at the coarse aggregate, replacing the granite. And to answer your question, the availability is a key question. But we need to do this and know whether when we try and replace or we get to the alternatives, it can reduce our consumption of the natural one. But if we are not able to make be able to convince people that we actually can replace the cost with some of these waste, then we'll still be relying on the natural one. But if you're able to convince them, then there are a lot of types of the concrete. We have the lightweight, and so where we can use lightweight, we can consider actually going for the agri waste or the alternative material instead of still relying on the natural one.
All right, James. This one is not a question, it's a suggestion.
Okay.
Looking at your topic, running through your work, I realized that you could formulate a very powerful topic out of your aim, rather than the one that you have currently. So if you can look at that.
Okay, I'll look at that. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. Can we please give James a big round of applause? Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask our last speaker. You know who you are. Where's Brookman? Thank you so much. Give me that microphone back. Brookman, are you here? So, Brookman, this is known as the Jimi Hendrix slot, because he did the last slot at Woodstock in 1969 and everybody had gone home. But unfortunately, you still have an audience, my friend. So let me line up your presentation for you here. And I think I am going to share the stage you're at. How long have you been a PhD student, Brookman? Tell everybody.
I'm actually just starting.
There you go, okay? So he's just starting. Well done. I hope today didn't scare you too much. And you're looking forward to your adventure.
I hope I'll never get.
All right, so I'm going to pass to you. You're going to get a 2-minute warning, and I'm closing you at 10. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And be sure to speak into
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prof. Chair, all protocol observed. My name is Brookman Asaridazi. A first-year student of the Department of Construction Management and Quantity Surveying, University of Johannesburg. My supervisors are Prof. Clinton and then Prof. Emmanuel Edinja of KNUST. I'm here to present
Use the arrows. Or did you click something? I'm coming, don't worry.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm here to present the topic for my PhD, of which I have just started. I believe that God will help me through this journey.
The topic is cultural influence on the factors of safety knowledge transfer. The presentation outline is introduction, problem statement, the aim, the methodology I want to use, and then conclusion. Culture, as we all know, refers to the collective way of life, values, belief, behavior, customs, traditions, and social norms that define and distinguishes a particular group of people or individual or society. Culture also encompasses the language, acts, religion, social habits, music, diet, practices that people inherit from previous generation and also pass it on to the next generation. Culture actually is expressed in both tangible and intangible ways, influencing how people interact with others, the environment, and the world at large. Safety culture also refers to the shared values, beliefs, attitude, and practices that shape the behavior of individuals and groups within an organization, particularly concerning safety. It also encompasses how safety is perceived, managed, and prioritized by both leadership and employees across all levels of organization. A strong safety culture is characterized by a collective commitment to minimizing risk and preventing accident and maintaining a safe working environment. An organization's safety culture is also considered as the product of individual and group values, attitude, perception, competences, and patterns of behavior. It evolves through the transfer of knowledge due mainly to the interaction between people. The problem statement. Scholars of African culture, such as Hazu and then Cassandra, have concluded that culture attitude intensely influenced the work behavior of Africans. Literature on safety knowledge and safety culture in Africa lacks information on how and to what extent local culture of site workers influence knowledge safety transfer in construction organizations. There is therefore the need to investigate to what extent elements of local cultures relate to factors of safety knowledge transfer to influence and establish and also improve safety culture in construction organization. There is also the need to delve deeper into the common cultures in sub-Saharan Africa with a view of finding additional cultural elements that are not apparent to the early researchers, and deeply learn more about how these cultures generally influence safety knowledge transfer in sub-Saharan Africa. When I'm able to navigate through this, the study would explain the strength of influences of local cultures on the factors of safety knowledge transfer in construction organization in sub-Saharan Africans, and also make more robust intervening policies and practices which will endanger a recourse, that is, to promote reasons for the behavioral change that we seek towards safe construction climate in Africa and the world at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brugman. You are only 5 minutes, though, my love. So when you get 10 minutes, try and expand to fill the void. So I have a question to start with. Have you begun your systematic literature review?
Yes, the last time I almost concluded, but because of this, the conference.
Yeah, I get you, because I have a very cheeky question, which is, I didn't see you citing the paper I wrote with Emmanuel Aboaje Nemo about cross-cultural things to do with safety in the Ghanaian construction industry. Have you read it?
Yes, I think.
Oh, have you? I'm being very naughty here, you know that, right?
Yes, yes.
So I think that might prove some interesting starting points for where you're going in terms of the exactly the things you're looking at. I am fascinated to see what you do with this research. I think it will be brilliant.
Yes,
so.
I had your comments when you replied my email.
Excellent. Right, I believe Kenneth has a question. Here we go, and start getting your hands up, folks.
Well done. I just want to say something, right? So you use the word sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah.
The context of your work, where is it?
Actually, it should be within Ghana.
So why don't you say Ghana then?
Okay.
Okay.
Well noted.
I mean, I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah.
If you're talking about something like that in the Nigerian context, I'll tell you that in Nigeria, right, it's like Tower of Babel. Yeah. So many languages, different culture, and it's difficult.
Sure.
In Ghana, people from Accra claim to be superior than people from Kumasi. And it's that culture, so be specific. So that you can build around what you want to do, and anyone who sees your work knows exactly what the focus is. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kenneth. It's almost as if somebody just randomly produced all these countries out of other things that were going on, isn't it? Do I have any more questions?
Mr. Astari, thank you for your presentation. You have a lot of work to do.
Sure, Prof.
Yeah, you have a lot of work to do. How would you measure the strength of cultural influence?
Wow, this is a difficult one.
Do you have a response, Brookman?
It's too early for me to get there, but I'll surely get there.
Ah, excellent response. Excellent. There are different ways. So to take a point, this is what we mean when we say when you start your PhD, you're not going to end up where you think you are. Because I was exactly where you are, Brookman. I was going to fix safety culture in the UK, and we got to the point where I did nothing of the sort. Okay, so because for these reasons, but it's good that on your adventure, you will discover this and you will find out what can be done, what can't be done, and what can be done realistically.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for appreciating and then being in my shoes.
You have you have another question here, I'm afraid, sir.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Sari.
Yes.
My question is related to your methodology.
Okay.
Right. You highlighted that you'll be adapting, or you've adapted a systematic literature review approach. Right. So, did you use any models such as the Prisma concept or the Prisma model in terms of guiding you to select, the literature to use?
In fact, I have not used any of the tools you are talking about. This is a bold initiative. I told my professor that I want to use to solicit for views such as yours and to harness upon the potential that I have in order to be able to present a good work next year.
All right.
Brookman, Brookman is owning this.
Okay, so can I quickly...
Brookman, you're doing very well, by the way, can I just say. I'm very impressed with you already.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're a very brave man, and we want to encourage you.
Thank you.
It's a good start.
Thank you.
But pay attention to the aim. Your aim is a whole passage.
Yeah.
You need to see how best to reduce it and connect it to the topic.
Okay.
And then I don't know whether I saw anything about objectives.
Yeah, in fact, I think I copied
yeah,
the wrong...
so you can look at that,
so
that next time we'll have and I believe next time it will be,
Sure, I'll do a better job.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any more questions? All right. Oh, Emmanuel, hang on. Haven't you got a vested interest in this?
I actually do, right? So mine is not a question, but to say, I can't wait for your next presentation.
Thank you.
I'm excited about the idea.
Thank you.
And I want to see where we go with this step by step. So I can't wait for your next presentation. We probably will look for the next conference. Billy is organizing, Fred is organizing, Kenneth or anybody, and then we'll listen to you again.
Sure.
Yes, I can't wait to see the progression bit by bit.
Thank you. Thank you so
Yes, so thanks for the bold step to even share your wild ideas with us, right? Thank you.
All right, I think I'm going to end it. Wim.
Okay, so not so much question, just some comments. So the first question about the strength of the relationship is a good question.
Sure.
And you're fortunate you're just beginning, but you should take that question and think about it. Because when you write just a few words down on a slide or in your thesis, these 2 words could just destroy you if you don't go into it in much more detail. The strength of association is a statistical approach which you might or might not have thought about. The point about the PRISMA approach is also a really good thing that you should take on board. PRISMA is an acronym that stands for a set of steps along the way to make sure that your systematic literature review is systematic and it's robust. So these are good points. My point is you start with safety culture and you move on to its relationship with sharing of safety knowledge, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
But then you move on and you mention behavioral safety. So I think those 3 things are too big scope, and maybe you drop the behavior. And what you have in the safety culture and the knowledge transfer is fine. I think that's enough scope. Remember, you're not trying to change the world. You just want to demonstrate you can do your research robustly and scientifically.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank
So
you
no
very
question, so you're off the...
Thank you very much.
All right, I think I'm going to ask Brookman to close now. Thank you ever so much. A massive round of applause, please. This is exactly what today has been about. So we have essentially been very much focused on the students, and hopefully you all now, if you're a PhD student in the room, you appreciate the value in standing up and being brave and just taking it on. And there is no shame in saying, I need to go and look into that. Or thank you for your comment, I'm going to go check that out. That's exactly why we conference. That's exactly why we put ourselves out there to get that feedback. So I think what I'm going to do now is, Emmanuel, can I have a time check, please? Because I suspect I've probably got no time at all. Okay, I'm wondering how people are feeling and whether we should close now, or would you like me to do a little thing? A little thing, let's do that. All right, folks. So what I want people to do is, if you are sat and you're a PhD student, we had lunch, we had our discussion, we did that. Okay, so what I would like you to do, and I am going to come round and share the mic with a few of you as you go, but this is about having a conversation with the person next to you. And pick on people, and you know I'm going to do that, right? I'm going to come round and give you all a microphone, and you're going to have to say, okay? All right, you have 5 minutes to do this. Off you go. I'm going to need some yellow people. Yeah, and I need my yellow people. I've got 3. They've been breeding. They had a baby. Great question. So good to see you. Great to see you. How's it going? You all right? Good. Oh, it's been a long day and my jet lag's killing me. Oh, boy. Sorry about that. Oh, can we put the slide back on the screen, please? Thank you so much. Right, where are my yellow people? Well, I was just going to see if you would help me in a minute. Okay. Yes. Right, so these are on, so you might want to kick them off till then. But I'm going to ask you to just run around when I go to people. All right? And keep it, you know when I leave my phone, you have to save me. Okay, that. All right, okay. Oh no, I'm going to need one. only need two of you. You get to sit back down, you lucky bugger. All right. You've been stuffed. Thank you. Just wanted to say, are you a professor? No. Are you a student?
Yeah, I'm from a different school.
Oh, okay, so. Right.
I can tell University.
Oh, wow, fantastic. No, you've been very helpful to me today, my friend, and I appreciate it. Well, you better do, because I wouldn't sign him otherwise. I wouldn't wear them. Just gonna leave it a couple of minutes. Right, you've got one more minute.
I just got to stretch my buttocks out. I just sleepy as you.
Is it 10 past? Yeah, and then I'm going to get Humphreys just book it off.
I thought the idea of just finishing up was good.
Yeah, well, so did I. Manuel didn't go for it though, did he? Bastard.
Yeah, he demands the same effort he's put in from others.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, well, we went an hour and a half.
You always panic at first, thinking, oh, no one's engaging.
Because everybody wants to.
Right. Okay. I believe that's 15. That clicks to 15.
I need to speak to Emmanuel about our fee to pay it.
So above that.
There's not a PowerPoint template, is there?
No.
I've not seen one. Was this year on the feed? Or? I think because I've not sent my phone number to them, I'm not on there.
Same as
All right.
Is that what you're trying to pay or just
Anything. In my pocket.
Ah, she nearly got away with it.
My secret.
Definitely. All right, guys, let's start to feed back a little bit. And if you have comments on what people are thinking, you can. So I'm going to come here because there's a lively conversation. Have you been discussing the points? All right. So which one do you want to talk to? Okay, I'm going to prompt you. What are you most excited about?
Well, I think the dimension of information that is available in my profession as an architect that I wasn't privy to until I started a PhD. Yeah.
All right, so we have the excitement about the potential. What's out there? What can I find? What can I do? I think that's magical. I'm going to ask you what you're most worried about.
I'm not a PhD.
Oh, well, you don't have to answer then. You got away with that one. Are you? Yes. Go on then. What are you most worried about?
My biggest worry is finding the time to really do the work as a full-time worker. That's my biggest worry.
I don't blame you because I've been there. And this is the problem. As we saw from our panel, it's very important that you're honest about what you can achieve. Everybody always wants to over-deliver. And trying to over-deliver, doing a PhD and working, that's going to hurt a lot. So you need to be sensible. You need to look after yourself, your family as you go. It can, 5 years it took me, my friend. So there isn't a rush. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. So I hope you find the right balance for you as you go through.
done, and it's only you, and it's not only you, it's everyone, absolutely everyone, and everyone's been there. And it's good to have that confirmation and reassurance when you're doing the hard work, that everyone's finding it hard together with you, and you're not alone.
And that's a great point, Kat. So hopefully at this event you've met some of your new PhD family, you've made some friends, you've shared some emails, some contact numbers, so you'll be able to reach out and support each other from this point. Now, you thought sitting in the middle I wasn't going to come here, didn't you?
Fred, can I make a comment?
You go for it. Kenneth, you've got a PhD. I examined it. I know, I remember.
This is just an observation, right? Why is there no opportunities for them to do their PhDs part-time?
That's a very good question, because I did mine part-time. Where's Emmanuel? Yeah, well, can you answer that, sir? And then it's your turn, mate.
Yeah. So there's actually that. But you know their problem? If you do the part-time here, it's 5 years. And they all want to get their PhDs in 3 years. But they're not ready to sacrifice, resign, and then come and stay here for 3 years. So we have that option.
Oh.
But I've sat in loads of these interviews, and you ask them, oh, we have part-time, we have full-time. What do you want to do? Oh, I want to do it full-time. Would you get steady leave? Yes, sir, we'll get it. And then they come in and the stories will change. So there is that option, but I think it's the fear of staying on the PhD for 5 years that is pushing them away. But if you want to do it in 3 years, max 4 years, then you should, of course, invest the time. And I'm sure once you do that, you should be able to accomplish. We have a number of students who finished record time. And then, of course, we have those who are still lingering on and we don't know what's going on. Yeah, so I've said it, right?
All right, thank you, Emmanuel. So, what are you most excited about?
Okay, I'm excited about my topic. Which is? I'm doing a study about indoor green vegetation and then water features. And I'm a practicing architect. And so having to go into academia to study about those things and then having to bring that in practical, in practice, yeah, it makes me really excited about the topic, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. When you can actually see the potential for the results of what you do, and this is why it is important to don't remain too theoretical. You need to get out in the field and actually get in amongst it to see what's going on, right? I'm going to sneak this way now. We have a few more victims over here. Hi. Go for it, sir, whilst I get over here.
Thank you very much. I just want to second to what Professor Adinira said. I remember when I attended the interview, they asked me whether I needed part-time or full-time. So I asked them to choose for me. They said I have the right to choose. And upon the years, I chose full-time. But I realized that it's tough because I'm an engineer at the same time, a contractor. So it's not been easy, honestly. But I love to be an academia. I started as a people teacher, so I love to teach. So that's why I'm struggling to, in fact, to penetrate my way through. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also want to touch on the first question. I got excited about my PhD when I started working on it. My work was to work with indoor thermal comfort, and I was trying to do modeling and simulation. I had to import devices from the US. I think the devices were delaying me a lot. I think it took about a year to get the devices. I had to pay for it myself. So when the devices came, in fact, I was so excited because at that time I could go ahead and then pick my data. And then I was also supposed to develop a framework. And when I was able to develop the framework, that also brought some kind of excitement. And then the last excitement was the validation. It was very tough to validate it, but I got it validated, and then I was so excited.
Thank you very much. Well, I've got time for one more. So what are you most excited about?
Okay, my name is Francis Kujo. I am an MPhil student. Yes, I think the presenter, those PhD students, they were all on top of their work. What I've seen is that it requires discipline. It's not anything. Like they said earlier, if you focus, you are disciplined, hard work. But here's the case, you are combining work and study, further study. So it's quite, I've done this since, I'm a teacher, I've taught and combined. But I believe that I can also do when I get there. I can do, it requires discipline, that's all. It's not anything, yes, I can do.
Awesome. Thank you. We're going to end on that.
And one thing, not only the discipline, I think the resource to raise the money to pay the fees is a huge thing, you know. You have to eat well, your health. If you don't have good mental, you cannot sit for hours and study. PhD requires is pretty much demanding. But all of us, if we determine, we can do. Can't we? Awesome. Doc, we can do. Take your microphone.
I don't actually think I can top that at all. Pardon? No, I need, okay, one last thing. Awesome job, my friend. Appreciate you.
My name is Osman. I'm a PhD candidate of the Department of Construction Technology and Management. I just found a PhD hack I want to share with my colleagues. One thing is you always have to be thinking about the project. Always, when you are sleeping, when you are bathing. It gives you you get some tips that sometimes show you a way that you wouldn't have gotten through reading, actually. Because then you begin asking yourself a lot of questions. And when you are reading, you relate the material you are reading to the questions you've been asking yourself. And then it will help you along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I'm going to wrap up now. So you can kill that one. So, thank you all for engaging in that. I mean, again, hopefully some reflections, some pearls of wisdom. So, today, we have heard from 5 students who were brave to share their work. We heard from an amazing expert panel of people with their knowledge, wisdom, and insights to share. You've met a whole bunch of new PhD students, I hope, that you might not have met before. We have people from other universities here as well. I hope many of you will stay for the rest of the conference, where you will get to see other people present. If anyone wants any more of this, I'm on tomorrow. So you can watch me present some research that didn't work. So there you go. That's a whole new paradigm in terms of bravery. I'm going to present something that went really wrong. So I hope to see you all again. I'm going to ask Humphrey, please, to come and close our session today. But from me, thank you. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fred. We are grateful to all of you for your time and for your contribution. Indeed, I think it has been a huge success. The main aim of today's activity was to engage with our PhD students, and I believe we've been able to do that. I would like all of you to take inspiration from Brookman, the last presenter. I know a lot of PhD students are here. They never put themselves up. Submit work for presentation. Some of you have even gathered data, and you couldn't do it. We need people, PhD students, who are confident at every level. They put themselves up. Let people critique your work and make input to improve your work. So when we have any call, please don't sit back. We ask for poster. I think tomorrow we will have the poster presentation. We expected a lot of posters. You see, people are holding back. I don't know whether you are afraid or what. That shouldn't be the case. Put yourselves up. Brookman has just begun with the PhD. Even his topic, his aim, he's not very certain. But he was confident enough to put himself up to speak to his work or what he wants to do. And some contribution, input have been made into it. And that is very fantastic, and that's what we want to see. So wherever you are going, please don't hold yourselves back. Whatever you are, just push it in. Just try and see how it will go. We are grateful to all of you, our organizers, our chair, our Fred, and all the team. Tomorrow is another day.
we need to go and catch some rest. Tomorrow we'll be back exactly at 9. Registration starts at 8. I know those of us here, we have registered. So around 8:30, 8:45, we should be around. We're going to have the open ceremony. Tomorrow, the place is going to be filled with a lot of people. Tomorrow is the main occasion. So expect a lot. We're going to have some dignitaries around. And you can't mix presentations, the keynote address, the speakers, and all the other individual presentations as well. So let's prepare ourselves. Let's go and catch some rest and be here by 8:30, 8:45. We should be here seated exactly at 9. I guess the guests will be here around 8:30. By exactly at 9, we start and we close. Please don't forget that we'll continue tomorrow, the next day. And the third day will be our cultural visits. And those who want to put themselves up, I think, go through the registration. We're going to see why we call Kumasi the garden city or the cultural city of Ghana. We'll take you to the palace. In Ghana, there's only one palace. So we'll take you to the palace. The rest, and we have the palace and the rest. So we'll take you to the palace to observe what is there. The palace auditorium alone is quite huge than, I think, any auditorium on campus. About 3,000 capacity or so. So we'll end our session here. As we began with a prayer in our setting, it is very important we also end with a prayer. Shall we bow our heads for a closing prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for bringing us together. We thank you for seeing us through the first activity successfully. And as we are about to leave to our various destinations, take us to wherever we are, we're going to, and protect us and bring us back tomorrow so that we can continue with this conference. We thank you for listening to our prayers in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so we come to the end of today's session. Thank you very much. Yes.
please.